in the build to a Royal Rumble or a WrestleMania, they will actually show a few of these on the Sundays, kind of leaning up to that event. This year, they've only done this, and that's it. It's on WWE Vault, and actually, it's probably best that I pop that on screen so that people know where they need to go. WWE Vault on YouTube. We need to take down that Lucha Libre thing because that's still from last night. So, yes, if you go to WWE Vault on YouTube, you'll be able to find WrestleMania 8. That is going to be shown in a couple of hours. Obviously, there's so much going on with the build right now to WrestleMania 42 that we're going to spend a couple of hours just kind of talking about whatever anyone wants to talk about. Obviously, we've been talking a lot about Pat and all of that. I'm not interested in really talking about that. I feel like we've said everything that needs to be said. But if people have got questions or thoughts or theories, then of course we can talk about that. If people would rather talk about something else, we can talk about one of the different matches. If people want to talk about WrestleMania 8, we can talk about WrestleMania 8. I just called up the cage match for this show, because I like to have that information in front of me as we're kind of watching the show. And there was something about this show that I didn't realize, and that is that Dave Meltzer seems to have actually scored 2 of the matches from WrestleMania 8 minus stars. So we've actually got a real mixed bag of some great stuff, some average stuff, and then we've got some disastrous stuff where we will be watching some minus star matches. Matches so bad, it kind of broke the scale and we went into the minus territory. So obviously I've seen these matches before, but we can watch them and see if that's fair. 2 matches on this show have got -2 stars from Dave Meltzer, which I didn't know that he'd scored those matches that way. So that's interesting. So, yes, we could talk about WrestleMania 8. We could talk about what was happening in wrestling at that time. Obviously, this is a show of massive change. This is a show, really, that is, I suppose, in a way, the end of the golden era. I think if you was to point to a show as being the end of the golden, it might be this one. It might be this one. Because, you know, this is where we got the steroid trial happening. We've got a lot of big guys, big muscly guys that leave now. At this point, you know, the future at the end of this show was kind of looking okay, but it would kind of fall apart. And if you look at the SummerSlam Wembley that follows this WrestleMania, it's kind of drastically different from where we are here. You know, the main event of SummerSlam is British Bulldog against Bret the Hitman Hart. No sign of Sid, no sign of Hulk Hogan. There is the Ultimate Warrior against Macho Man, so we do have that, but you can see the change that's happening with the company. And you know, this is kind of like a big sort of farewell to the golden era in a way. So interesting that we're going to be digging into this show, and it's a pretty solid show, to be honest. I can tell you that, well, we'll save it. I was going to tell you what the score is on Cage Match overall, but we'll save it. We'll save it. Tyler said, unfortunately, I can only watch 1 hour of this because I'm going to watch AEW. Tyler, shout out to you. Plum Girl, hello, says, I didn't see WrestleMania 8. What match is classed as the standout? Well, there's 2 matches that are classed as, well, there's 4 matches that are classed as standouts, 2 in a positive sense and 2 in a negative sense. So the 2 positives, Bret Hart versus Roddy Piper. And it's very, very rare for Roddy Piper. Again, I don't know what I can say. Maybe I can't really say too much because some people might not have seen it. So let's not say too much. But let's just say something rare happens in that match. And then you've got Randy Savage against Ric Flair. So obviously Ric Flair had won the title in the Royal Rumble in 1992. regarded as one of the best Rumbles of all time. And now here he was defending against Macho Man Randy Savage. And there'd been a big hoo-ha as to who Ric Flair should have faced. This is the WrestleMania where everyone thought it was going to be Ric Flair, Hulk Hogan. Everyone thought this would be Ric Flair, Hogan. And they were doing house shows. And apparently the crowd just weren't really into it. Apparently a lot of the live crowds were just not that fussed. I don't think it was giving vibes to Vince of this is big enough. It's kind of seen now as a big mistake that we didn't do that match. Like, that was the match. Ric Flair, Hulk Hogan, this was the show to do it on. You know, if ever we were going to get Hulk Hogan versus Ric Flair in WWE, WrestleMania 8 is where it should have gone down. And they did do matches at live events. You can find footage of Hulk Hogan, Ric Flair around this time from live shows. But yeah, Vince just apparently thought the reaction was not good enough. So he pivoted, and we end up with Ric Flair versus Macho Man, and we end up with Hulk Hogan against Sid. I think Vince was quite excited about Sid, about seeing him as potentially being a Hogan replacement. So you can understand why they wanted to, like, you know, go in that direction. History tells us it was the wrong call, but yeah, very interesting. Very interesting. So those two matches in particular stand out. And then, you know, you've got a couple of matches which underwhelm. I can tell you Natural Disasters Money Incorporated gets -2 stars. And yeah, the Hulk Hogan main event gets -2 stars. So I think we can say that experiment did not work. Joshua said, Days, Meltzer wasn't a fan of wrestling at the time. It's definitely one of my favorites, said Joshua. I've never watched this WrestleMania, but it does sound fun, says Dean. I think it is fun, actually. I think what you get with this era, and I love this era, right? What you're going to get in this era is a lot of characters. I think the characters, because you had such gimmick-heavy performers. You know, you had things like the Repo Man. You had people like Skinner. You had people like the Mountie. You had Jake the Snake, who came down with a snake. You had the Undertaker, you know, Hulk Hogan. Like, these were... It's very different from today, where we've got Sami Zayn, or we've got Johnny Gargano, or we've got Carmelo Hayes, you know? I mean, these are people, and they are great performers, but the gimmicks and the cartooniness, is that a word? That was kind of OTT. The presentation was like really turned up to 11. And as a kid, that is just so fun. So, yeah, you know, you're just like, oh, imagine if we get like Big Boss Man versus the Mountie. Imagine if we get like Mr. Perfect, who's perfect, taking on Jake the Snake. What happens if Mr. Perfect takes on Jake the Snake? And you just start as a kid doing those kind of dream matches of like, yeah, imagine like that person against that person. I suppose people do dream matches today, but with it being so gimmick heavy back in the day, it had an extra layer of intrigue. And I just love these days. I really do love these days. So one thing I would say is that this is not a period of great wrestling. I would never say that, like, oh, it's worth going back to this because you're going to get banging matches. That just wasn't really the focus. Like, the focus wasn't go out there and put on these amazing show-stealing matches. They were working so many dates that just was not the focus. The focus for them at this time was to, you know, be larger than life, colourful. I suppose this is a time of gimmicks. This is a time of, like, going OTT with the presentation. It's not really a time of in-ring. I would say now we've kind of gone a bit the other way, where now we've kind of turned down presentation a little bit, right, compared to the golden era. As I said, you can kind of sit here and name a Candice LeRae. You can name, you know, just various different people that have not really got much of a gimmick, if you will, right? Austin Theory, you know, the list goes on. But what we do have today is much better in-ring performances, matches that when that bell rings, actually really very impressive. I mean, we just saw a load yesterday. I mean, what we saw in AAA was very, very entertaining. But what we saw last weekend with NXT was very entertaining as well. So, yeah, it's just a different time. But I think if you're kind of into the characters, it is fun. It is fun. So, not a bad WrestleMania, I would say. Certainly not one of the greats. But if you've never seen it, I think you'll get something from it, right? But I think that most of the comments are like, yeah, it's solid. It's solid. Jess, shout out to you. Hope you're well. Jesse, hope you're well. William, hello. I just jumped into your stream for a second, William, at the end. William does a stream with Dave in real life, and as I was just getting ready for this, I was just like, I had my coffee, I was just getting the screen bit set up, and I was kind of sorting stuff out. I just popped your thing on in the background, so I was listening to Dave talking about the time he fell asleep on stream and whatnot, so it was good. I urge people to check out what William and Dave in real life are doing with their streams, their co-streams. It was a fun little thing. So, very good, William. Shout out to you, buds. Dave in real life as well. Shout out to him also. King Gamer said, when examining Hogan's legacy, was his peak greater in the 80s or as a member of the NWO? Do we think a Hogan-Austin match would have been as big as him and Rock? That's a really good question. I mean, for me, I've always regarded his 80s to be bigger than his 90s. I think both are huge. I think both are really important. And I think that you will find people that will tell you the 90s was bigger, right? I think you might be able to make an argument the 90s was cooler. But, I mean, Hulkamania was just... I don't know how it really could have got any bigger in the 80s. I mean, he was, like, part of pop culture. And he was just the guy. He was undeniably the guy. I feel like with the NWO, it was obviously a group. You had Hall and Nash there as well. And so maybe not the whole spotlight was on Hogan the same way as it was in the 80s. So for me, I would say the 80s. But then, maybe part of that is because I was not an avid viewer of WCW. I was aware of his impact and how popular he was. But maybe if I'd been consuming it more, I might have felt different. But whenever I go to the Hogan store, you know what I mean? I'm always around the red and yellow. I'm always around the 80s stuff more than I interact with the NWO stuff. Both are huge. Both are massively influential. Both are different, to be honest. I mean, one's a face, one's a heel. One's solo, one's in a group. One is kind of Mr. America and, being all virtuous. The other one is just not caring and, being a badass. I mean, one's bright, one's black. I mean, they really are the polar opposites. And so I think that's probably one of the reasons as to why it works so well. Because of the fact that they are the two sides. And I suppose, yeah, it's great that we got to see both is probably the correct answer. But if I had to choose, no doubt in my mind, it would be the 80s. And I think Hogan-Austin match, would it have been as big as him Rock? Yeah, of course. That's the match that you never quite understood why we never got. Never quite understood why, because there was opportunity to do it. But obviously, the years that followed, I mean, you have to remember how little information there was around that time. We're very fortunate now where we get to know rumors and plans that have changed and all this information. We get to find it out, right? Pretty much as it's happening. And if anything's been missed, WWE will mop it up and put it in Unreal so that you definitely didn't miss it. But back then, I mean, the story would just be happening. You'd be wondering about stuff, but the story would just move forwards. And you just, I don't know. I mean, I just feel like around that time period, you'd be hoping that they would get to Hogan-Austin, and then they just seemingly never did. And obviously the years that followed, you found out that there was a good reason for it, and that was that I don't think either wanted to lose to the other, neither wanted to back down. to the other person. And they just couldn't quite get it over the line. I don't know if you've seen the Stone Cold Hall of Fame induction, but like there's been heat between those two. And I suppose it's like professional rivalry kind of stuff, you know, where I think there's been some real life heat there. And we just couldn't get it over the line. And I think a large part of it was like who was going to go over and, you know, the presentation of it and whatnot. So, yeah, undeniably, I mean, arguably even bigger than him and The Rock, because this would be, for many people, like the guy that kind of, you know, symbolized the 80s versus the guy that symbolized the late 90s going into the 2000s. Stone Cold is kind of regarded as number one. I think by a lot of the fans, you know, certainly Vince said Stone Cold was the biggest like money maker in WWE's history. So that was when he was inducting Stone Cold. So yeah, I think to have, you know, the kind of Austin 316 stepping up to the ghost of the past of Hulk Hogan, but also, you know, the guy that was leading the charge for WCW. I think that would be a very big missed opportunity. It is crazy, some of those dream matches we never got for one reason or another, you know. Shawn Michaels was saying, you know, never quite got him and The Rock. By the time he came back, The Rock was kind of transitioning, moving over to Hollywood. So never quite crossed paths, but he thinks there was a way that we could have done it, but it was just the Rock didn't like Shawn. And apparently when The Rock was younger and Shawn was still around, there was like maybe some stuff that was going on. I think The Rock feels he was being held back a little by DX and certainly the Clique. And so I think that was something he sort of held against Shawn. And so we never got that match. And we spoke earlier about Hogan and Flair and how we never got that. And then you've got Austin and Hogan as well. So there is these kind of dream matches that fans wanted that we never got and never got to. And that's such a shame. It's a big shame. Joshua said, I missed the last character wrestler. Bray Wyatt was one of the greatest. Last of the gimmick superstars. It's definitely an escape from reality. And that's why I've always loved wrestling. Well, I think this era is quite good for that. The only thing I would say about this era is I think that we still had some limitations on, like, you know, not really doing loads of vignettes or stuff away from the rings and whatnot. So, you know, we did have those talk show segments, though. I mean, you would get things like the Snake Pit or the Funeral Parlor or Brutus the Barber Beefcake's Barber Shop. And so, you know, that allowed for a different environment for some promos. But a lot of the stuff that was going down here was going down in the arenas. I don't even think we were getting much backstage stuff, to be honest. I mean, I remember the Mega Powers story where we went backstage, but I don't think we were really getting much backstage. So we were doing a lot of just in the ring, around the ring, promos from like those kinds of sets, lots of in-ring interviews. Obviously, they would be backstage interviews. You'd get quite a few of those. But they tried to do a lot out in the arena. It's a shame that we didn't, or around this time, didn't sort of dig deeper into the characters. Because these characters, I mean, I'd love to have got a bit more of a backstory to some of them, you know? Like, where did Jake the Snake live? Like, what was, where he lived, what did that look like, whatever. What they did do sometimes is on Coliseum home videos, they would actually do that and dig more into the characters. I remember, like, Mean Gene doing some house renovations with the Bushwhackers, right? And I remember Mean Gene going to dinner with Yokozuna, and another one where he went round to Macho Man and Miss Elizabeth's house, and he actually went round there and interviewed them round their home. So when it came to the home video releases, we kind of went a bit further. But a lot of the TV stuff, the vast majority of it, 99.9% of it was all done kind of in the ring, around the kind of arena, in the arena. That's a bit of a down, because I'd love, some of these characters are so rich. I'd love to have like dug into them a little bit more. But yeah, it was great, fun time. As I said, I've got a place in my heart for gimmick characters as well. I think this is why Bray resonated with me, because you could totally see Bray existing in this world. And I think this is why the Wyatt Six resonate with me, because you could totally see that group resonating in this world as well, going all the way back to when we had such strong... Imagine the Wyatt Six against Repo Man and the Mountie and the Nasty Boys against the Wyatt Six. I mean, it just totally works. So yeah, I could see some of those kind of operating in this world. As a wrestling fan, I took Ruthless Aggression era for granted, said Robert, and I miss those days. Yeah, I can understand. There was some really good stuff going down in the Ruthless Aggression era. I think Ruthless Aggression had a bit of a bad rep, because there was a lot of people that felt like it wasn't the Attitude Era, and we moved into Ruthless Aggression. And I think that, you know, when you compare it back to the Attitude Era, it's got its strengths and it's got its weaknesses. It has this kind of new crop of wrestlers coming through. And of course, there's not that competition against WCW anymore. And so, yeah, we kind of end up in a situation where we've got the brand splits, and we kind of go off in a very different direction, really, with the company. And I think some people maybe struggled to adapt over to Ruthless Aggression, but it's one of those periods that you look back on now, and it does have a lot of gold in it. It does have a lot of good stuff in it. And obviously that wave of like Brock and Batista and Cena and Randy and all of those great talents that came through OVW and kind of hit that main roster. And, you know, you got Edge kind of really establishing himself, Jeff Hardy coming through, CM Punk coming in. So, I mean, there's some really, really fun stuff, really fun shows. And then we kind of hit the PG era, and that's where things kind of really start to struggle. That's where things really, you know, we are very far removed from the Attitude Era at that point. This is why those comments from Pat about, you know, talking about the Attitude Era, it's like, that's just not going to come back. And actually, the Attitude Era was such an exception. You know, here we are going back to 1992, and this is a super PG show. I mean, WWE was family orientated throughout much of its life. Because of the battle against WCW, it had to get edgy. And so, you know, it became, you know, a bit more risque as it was battling WCW. But that was not the norm. The thing is, though, a lot of fans get into wrestling at that time and they think that that's the norm. It isn't. That was the exception. And then once that period is over, we slowly work our way back to PG, and that's where we are now again. What I would say is that this PG era is very different to the kind of 90s, late 80s PG era. Both have their pros and their cons, but, you know, I would say this is still a very satisfying period for WWE. The only thing I would, because, I mean, let's be honest, I mean, next weekend is WrestleMania. There's some good stuff on there. Oba versus Brock, people are very excited for. I don't think anyone's down on the Intercontinental ladder match. That's going to be a lot of fun as well. I'm personally looking forward to seeing AJ Lee's entrance at WrestleMania. I think the match will be okay. We've obviously already seen it. Part of me wishes there was maybe a bit of a stipulation to that match, but it's no drama. I'm still looking forward to seeing AJ have her moment where she comes down to the ring at WrestleMania in a singles match against Becky Lynch. I mean, that's going to be a career highlight for AJ Lee. I think CM Punk Roman Reigns has definitely got people's attention. People will look to Randy and Cody to see how much of a car crash it's going to be. But yeah, there's definitely bits on this WrestleMania coming up, WrestleMania 42, that look pretty decent. And we don't have to go too far back to get to finishing the story. That fantastic CM Punk, Drew McIntyre, Hell in a Cell match, the TLC tag team match, Evolution, and how fantastic that was. 2023 in particular, very, very strong. People really enjoyed it. Bloodline, 2022. Triple H taking over, the excitement of that. Brock Lesnar coming down with that tractor and flipping up the ring. And there's quite a bit once you actually get your teeth into it. I think the truth is a lot of people look at where we are with that Randy story. They look at how bad 2025 was with John's heel run, whatever, and that kind of just puts a bit of a downer on things. But there's a lot of good stuff that's been going on as well. Mr. Unfamiliar said Wyatt 6 really show just how important and great Bray's mind was for the business. Without it, it just doesn't work, says Mr. Unfamiliar. Jacob said bring back Shotgun Saturday nights. Make it attitudes. I was watching Rock Stone Cold just now, said Jason. Flame Fist said Ruthless Aggression is like my favourite era because I started watching in 2004. Ah, very good. Yeah, there was some really good stuff that went down in that period. I've got a soft spot for that time, actually, and 2005. I remember being in Butlins, which is like a holiday kind of park. I went there for the weekend. You kind of get a chalet, and then there's like this entertainment venue where you go over night time. You can go in the day as well. They got a restaurant, they got an arcade, they got a cinema, they got a bar. You know, actually WWE do shows there sometimes when they come. So, you know, I don't think they've done it for a while actually, but they did used to do shows there. But I remember distinctly being there for a weekend, and it was the same weekend as SummerSlam. And I remember watching, it wasn't live, I think it was the next day, but I remember watching Hogan, Shawn from 2005 in Butlins. And yeah, just while watching that whole event, actually. They were doing a showing of it. And I remember going down and watching it on the big screen. And that was a kind of fond memory that I've got from that sort of time period. Most of the shows around that time for me, I was having to fit in with work. But I'd actually broken my ankle in 2005, so I was off work. So that meant that I was on crutches. And so I was at this for a weekend, just went to this holiday park place. And I was watching that show on a massive screen. So that's kind of a pretty fun memory that I've got from around that sort of time periods. But yeah, there was a lot of good stuff that was kind of going on at that time. But the truth is WWE, as we've said, has always had good and bads. So you kind of look back in that period and you look at, like, you know, Eddie Guerrero and, you know, the work that he was doing and all the excitement around him becoming champ, and, you know, the work from Edge, the work from Rey Mysterio. You know, you got some really, really great performers that are coming through. And, of course, the big, you know, Batistas and Brocks and your powerhouses and whatnot. But although Brock was gone by 2005. But, yeah, after that, you don't have to go too far till you hit kind of that PG kind of period, maybe around 2010-ish, where, you know, it really feels so different from the Attitude Era. And you're only like 10 years removed. You're not even 10 years removed. A lot can change in the wrestling world in a very short period of time. Back in the days before the internet, spoilers, watching the next day was never a problem, said Pete Ivy. Very true, my friends. Very, very true. You just had to avoid anyone that, you know, was a wrestling fan, really. And, I mean, I was there with my then girlfriend at the time, and she wasn't into wrestling. So, yeah, they obviously, this holiday park thing kind of closed down at like midnight, whatever. And the show was on at like 1 a.m. So there was no way of watching it live, but they were showing the replay, which was like the next day. So I was there the next day to watch that, and she agreed to watch. She wasn't bothered because she could sit down and just have some drinks, and we were just having drinks, having some food, watching it. It wasn't that busy, actually, to be honest. It's not like there was a load of wrestling fans there for that. They were just putting it on, and it was just sort of on. So, yeah, it wasn't like the reason for going. I was just very fortunate. But you're absolutely right. Without, like, oh God, it's so different, isn't it? We sometimes fall into this conversation talking about what wrestling was like before the internet or social media or, you know, anything like that. So much easier to avoid spoilers, and so much easier to, well, I suppose the pros and the cons were that you were lost in your own thoughts And this is why I'm not really, like, I don't feel a need to kind of go out and see, well, I get all that from you guys. I don't feel a need to jump into other channels and listen to their reviews and all this kind of stuff, because I grew up with wrestling and being lost in my own thoughts of wrestling. Kind of grew up where you watch the show and, you know, make your own minds up about it. You didn't really have like this overwhelming noise as soon as a show is over with opinions and reaction. I mean, none of that existed. So different. You just really watched the show and was just lost in your own thoughts, really. And to be honest, when a show would end, you'd never really sit there and go, oh, that was good, that was bad, like rate the matches, if you will, or at least I didn't. For me, it was more, oh, I really wanted him to win. I can't believe he didn't win. It was more, I wonder where that goes now. It wasn't really a focus on performance. It was more a focus on what had happened. And I think that is one of the biggest changes. For me, that's one of the biggest changes. We will watch WrestleMania next week. And yes, of course, there's going to be a degree of, okay, where's this going? Why did he lose? Or why did she lose? Or why have they done that? But there will also be a big part of, what did we think about that match? You know, is it 3-star, 4-star, blah, 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 blah. Have they made the right call there? Do you know what I mean? There'll be a bit more on performance and a bit more on talking about creative than there was kind of back in the day. Back in the day, it was more, where are things going? And, I really wanted him to win. I suppose I was more of a mark back in the day. I was more of a mark. I suppose I'm still a mark now. But back then, I was a lot more kind of, I don't know, like rooting for people, you know? But like, I don't really find myself rooting for people so much now. Because, I mean, I know they can't really do anything. You know what I mean? Like, if you root for Roman to win, Roman already knows if he's going to win next weekend or not. So, you know, he can't really influence that result. So, I don't know. I'm in a weird place now where I don't find myself necessarily, like, rooting for the wrestlers as much. I suppose, is that true? I mean, I still went into WrestleMania 40 hoping Cody would do it. So, I suppose there is some... Oh, that's interesting. I don't think I've ever really thought about this. My relationship with wrestling, the way I watch it now compared to how I used to watch it. I mean, obviously, as a kid, it's completely different, but... Yeah, I don't know. I suppose I just watch the shows and then respond to them more so than, I suppose you do see that, actually. People are like, come on, I hope Julia gets this. I don't really think I feel that way so much anymore. Ooh, that's a bit depressing. Triple A said, Days, I went to last year's Mania. Seeing the GOAT win number 17 was like a dream come true. The Mania was really good because of the main events. People, I am not putting that Mania higher. I went to last year's Mania, seeing GOAT win 17 was dream come true. The Mania was really good, but because of the main event, people, I are not putting the Mania higher. Okay, Triple A, shout out to you. WrestleMania 15 is underrated, in my opinion, says Robert Batman. It was a wonderful time when everyone had those inner thoughts about wrestling. Now everyone thinks they have to share, says Shining Wizards. Joshua said, so true, of a fan of all wrestling. I think WWE's latest drop of the ball was Karrion Kross. WWE Vault is showing WrestleMania 9 at the moment. We watched that. When did they put that on? I can't remember. Was that last year? Doesn't feel like we watched it a year ago. But yeah, we did watch WrestleMania 9 not too long ago. Is WWE streaming WrestleMania 8? It's on WWE Vault. So if you go to WWE Vaults, you should be able. So yeah, if you click on live, it starts in an hour and 20 odd minutes. 13 people are waiting at the moment. The last time they did one of these was Royal Rumble 1991, and that was 2 months ago. So that's a shame, isn't it? Because last year they did WrestleMania 3, WrestleMania 24, WrestleMania 6, and they did WrestleMania 9. Yeah, it was a year ago, 11 months ago. They did that. WrestleMania 3, 24, 6, and 9, and we did them all. We did all of those. And now this year, they've only done WrestleMania 8. So, that's a shame. We did the Royal Rumble one 2 months ago. There was, by the looks of it, a couple of Survivor Series that we didn't get to, which is unusual. But there was a couple of Survivor Series we didn't get to. But, yeah, I'm really pleased we get to do this. It's always fun going back and kind of rewatching these older shows. Some of which I've not watched since they aired. This one I've seen a few times. Flamefist said, Days, we're just getting old. That's true, buds. That is true. WrestleMania 2 nights, 18th and 19th, says Equation. Yes, that's next weekend. Maybe Undertaker is going to host 6th Under from the WrestleMania events. He is doing a show, Dead Man, 6th Dead Man or whatever it is, one Dead Man show. He's doing that from WWE World. His guest is John Cena. So I don't think they've announced that it's going to be on the YouTube channel. I mean, I would imagine it'll be recorded. It'll probably go out as that week's episode of his podcast. So I would imagine it will just be go out and treated like the latest episode of his podcast. But yes, they are doing stuff actually from WWE World for WrestleMania 42. There's a great video actually that I have not had a chance to watch yet, but I know it's great because I've seen a couple of clips from it. And it is Lost WrestleMania Fan Fest footage. So it's what the Fan Fest looked like in 1995 for that WrestleMania. And I've seen footage of Stephanie McMahon actually working the merch stand. So she's actually like, you know, taking money and giving change and selling merch at the Fan Fest. And they're saying it's lost WrestleMania footage that the Vault has put up 2 days ago. It's only got 64,000 views at the moment. I've still not had a chance to watch it, but there's a couple of clips that have been doing the rounds online, so that looks very interesting. Flamefist said, what was the first WrestleMania you saw as a kid? It was 9, which is why it's got such a soft spot in my heart. The very first event I ever remember watching, like, I believe it to be the first wrestling I ever was shown, was Survivor Series 1992. And that has got Big Boss Man against Nails. And I distinct that match in particular, I remember just my mind being blown. It was a prison officer against a prisoner. And as a kid, you just have no idea. I mean, in my mind, what's this? I've never seen this before. They're in a ring. And that's a prison officer. That's a prisoner. Apparently, if you get the nightstick, I didn't even know what a nightstick was. We don't have them in the UK. But apparently, if you get this weapon, you can use it. The prisoner could use it on the prison officer if he got the weapon. And so you're like, I don't know what this is, but I need to see more of it. And then, of course, later in the show, you've got Undertaker versus Kamala. Loser goes into a coffin. I mean, I was done. I'm a fan for life at this point, right? After one show, I'm a fan for life. You've got me. And it's funny, actually, because Survivor Series 92 is not regarded as any sort of special show or anything mind-blowing. In fact, a lot of people would say average at best. But as a little kids, when you're watching Undertaker, Kamala, Big Boss Man, Nails, main event was Bret and Shawn. I remember that at the time being a bit, not dull, but like when you've just seen Undertaker, Kamala, you know what I mean? These big gimmicks. To then watch Bret, Shawn. Those It was fine. They were fine. But yeah, I wanted the prison officer. I wanted the Undertaker. Do you know what I mean? I wanted the gimmicks. And so then, we would go to car boots and I'd have a couple of pounds that my parents would give me. And, a videotape might be 50p and a magazine might be 20p. And so one of my absolute passions as a kid was on a Sunday, we would go to a car boot sale. And again, you might not have them in America, but on a weekend, people will go to an empty field with their car full of stuff. They will then take the table out, little, kind of that you have for putting wallpaper up. They'll put the table in front of their boot. They'll put the stuff on the table. And you just walk up and down these rows of cars and tables and look and see what people are selling. We do that. I mean, you can find car boot sales all over the UK of a weekend. And as a kid, you'd just go up and down. I remember this one car boot we used to go to. It was so big. I mean, it would take you 2 hours to get round it. Just going up and down, it was hundreds of cars. And, people would have, loads of stuff on the tables, loads of stuff on the floor. You'd be like, have you got any wrestling stuff, mate? No. Okay, thank you. And off you'd go to the next table. And if there was figures, you'd be going through, do I need any of these? How much is your hacksaw Jim Duggan, mate? And so I was getting magazines, I was getting Hasbro figures, I was getting videotapes. And that's how it was growing for me. And then the other good thing is, the new latest stuff was being taped by my uncle because he had Sky Sports and I didn't have Sky Sports. So I was getting new tapes every once in a while from my uncle, going car boots, getting stuff from there. We weren't rich enough to go to the shops and just buy new stuff. We weren't rich enough to kind of go and get, figures all the time. But I wouldn't have changed that for the world. That kind of... I think this is where my passion for toy hunting comes from. I think this is why, the toy hunts were probably so successful for the channel, because I've been sort of doing that since I was I don't know, a kid, really young, running up and down car boots, trying to find bits and bobs. So hopefully the sort of excitement that I have when I'm doing that, I was able to put into the toy hunts, and that's why people, I think, kind of resonated with them. And oh yeah, just magic, absolutely magic. Just magic. If it sounds like, oh, that sounds like fun, well, it really was. It was such a great time. And as you get older, you just get a bit more sort of, you kind of know what you like. You get a bit more opinionated. You've seen a lot of stuff. I like this person, not as keen on this person. I kind of like that story. I don't like that. And, you kind of, as time goes by, you get a bit more subjective. You don't just love everything anymore. And I don't know. It's not that the magic goes. I mean, it doesn't go. I watched last night, and I watched Ludwig and Chad, the Americano brawl. And that's, as good as anything I've seen in a long time. It was so... They were so passionately, just trying to get at each other. I mean, the hatred there, they made such a good job of making you believe it was real. You could get lost in... I actually watched it again today. It was so good. So good. So the magic doesn't ever leave. It does change. I think that's just part of growing up, to be honest. I think, that's just maybe a normal thing. But it's nice, actually, because I will watch this show tonight through the eyes of that kids, because this was one of the tapes that I found at one of the car boots. I had this on VHS, and I'd just play it and play it and play it, just like I would all my other ones. I don't have those tapes now. I had WrestleMania 1 to WrestleMania 11, something like that, on VHS. I had them all. I managed to find them all over the years. And I actually lent them all to a friend who just wanted to watch all the WrestleManias. And like most things that you lend to a friend, you never get them back. So I lost all of them. Not that it matters, because, everything's online now. But, yeah, I don't have them anymore. All those car boot finds. I think I've still got a couple, actually. Royal Rumbles and whatnot. But I lost all my WrestleManias. Robert said, I need to watch WrestleMania 25. Undertaker Shawn is the only match I know on that card. I don't think it's regarded as like a great WrestleMania, to be honest, and that's not even the main event of that WrestleMania. But it's definitely worth a watch. I mean, to be honest, if anyone's not seen any WrestleMania, I'd say they're worth a watch because they are the biggest show of that year every year. So it's obviously, a big deal if you want to kind of see where we've come from in wrestling to go back and watch all those previous WrestleManias. So it's well worth doing. But yeah, I mean, there's some WrestleManias better than others. 25, I think it's okay. I would not say it was a bad WrestleMania. I can definitely list worse WrestleManias, but I can definitely list better as well. So it's probably a bit of a middle of the pack kind of one, lifted quite substantially by Undertaker Shawn. But yeah, worth a watch. Definitely worth a watch. Flamefist said, I bought a DVD of old tapings to watch them from the mall. When I was 12, after school, I would go on a Friday and buy 5 for 1K. What do you mean? I bought a DVD of old tapings to watch from the mall. So you got a DVD of old stuff from the mall when you was 12 after school. I would go on a Friday. I would buy 5 for 1K. What do you mean 5 for 1K? 5 DVDs for 1,000. Am I reading that wrong, Flamefist? Pete Ivy said, I used to watch AWA and NWA, but I can't remember which one had Gentleman Chris Adams cracking Von Erich over the head with a solid wooden chair. Not sure that my knowledge of outside of WWE is sketchy because, to be honest with you, never watched. I mean, I never had visibility to that stuff. A lot of that content, I couldn't even tell you if it was even shown in the UK. Wrestling on TV it was pretty much done. The only kind of stuff that was finding its way onto TV at that point was WWE on Sky Sports, and of course WCW would find its way on a Sunday on ITV. Old content, NWA, AWA territory stuff. I mean, I just don't think it was being shown. If it was, maybe it was buried on some sort of cable channel or something. So, yeah, not sure. Off the top of my head, I don't know that Von Erich ever wrestled for the AWA. Because obviously the Von Erichs were World Class Championship Wrestling, which was Texas. So, in my mind, I would guess NWA, because I don't think Von Erich ever went to AWA, but I could be wrong. Didn't Chris Adams wrestle in WCCW? Wasn't that all World Class Championship Wrestling? I'm sure he was in that same region as the Von Erichs. So I think it's NWA, specifically WCCW. But don't take my word on that. Shining Wizard said, this is just before Ted Turner started throwing dollars around at the WWF talent. William said, that's awesome, Days. I loved the Street Fighter WWE crossover. 3-inch figures came out. William, shout out to you. 3-inch figures. Street Fighter WWE or WWF? I know they've released some figures just that's crossover. I don't know about 3-inch figures. We have got some new ones that just came out with like Bianca Belair. Actually, they've gone down in price. Let's go and bring it up on screen. Let's bring it up on screen. So these are the... Oh, look, that's the third wave. So it's going to have Dominic as Ken. It's going to have Yokozuna as E. Honda. That makes a lot of sense, actually, doesn't it? Yokozuna as E. Honda. And it's going to have Ultimate Warrior as Blanca. So, and that's the packaging. I'm sure you've seen these in stores. That's cool, isn't it? That packaging is so cool. Ultimate Warrior as Blanca. We got Rockers, M. Bison. I think they've got John Cena as Guile, which seems like a mistake considering Cody Rhodes is playing that character in the film. Are you telling me there was crossover figures before this that were 3-inch figures? Because I don't know that I know about those. These are the newer ones, though. Oh God, Street Fighter is such a great game. Days All in Wembley currently is sitting at 22,000 tickets, sold in a 90,000 capacity with 4 months to go. Same deal with Mania, when 2023 did 81,000, 2024 50,000, 2026 35,000. Yeah, I think that's we know AEW, we know that their popularity has dwindled in recent years, and that has obviously been reflected in ratings. I think it's been reflected in a bit of the buzz as well. Like, the buzz around them is not the same as it was going back a few years ago. I think they are in a better place quality-wise, TV-wise, but than where they were, say, last year or the year before. But that was not a bad result they got when they first ran Wembley. And if you're telling me they're only at 22,000 tickets sold now, then I'd imagine that is a concern. Because I can't imagine their tickets are as astronomically high as what the WWE ones have been for WrestleMania. So I don't know. I don't know if ticket pricing is to blame, but I wouldn't think it's as big a factor as it has been for WrestleMania. So, don't know. They've got their own problems to worry about, haven't they? Robbie said, I just watched one of Vince's most brilliant booking decisions. Having a man dressed as a woman win the Miss WrestleMania Battle Royal at WrestleMania 25. That got a backlash. That did get a backlash. That happening. So even at the time, I think there was people that were like not feeling that decision. Pete Ivy said it could have been any of them. I remember a dodgy cable channel in the village I lived in the UK. This was like mid-80s. I seem to remember we had Stampede Wrestling. Oh, I love that. I love that. That's so interesting to me because that's before I was obviously watching. So you kind of letting me know what was on TV in the 80s, a dodgy channel showing Stampede, which is Canada, obviously. That's the Hart family one. That's really interesting. It's a bit like I heard that they would occasionally show a bit of WWF, which was basically WWE before Vince bought it. WWF, they would show some of that on the world of sports. You know, wrestling was big in this country. It was on one of the main channels. People in like the 60s and 70s would sit down and watch the wrestling on a Saturday. And yeah, it was big. Like, it got millions and millions of views. It did really, really well. You know, Big Daddy, Giant Haystacks, Mick McManus, Johnny Saint, all of those. Apparently there was some WWF footage that would be mixed in with that as well, which I didn't know. I thought they like exclusively showed just the British stuff. But no, there was an agreement to show some of the American bits as well. And I'd imagine not just WWF, but also they would show some of the territory stuff as well. So I think, you know, the history, I'm sure there's probably a book I could read or something that's like the history of wrestling in the UK that kind of like goes into some more detail in this stuff. That'd be a fascinating read, actually. So that information you've just given me there about how on a cable channel in the UK in the 80s, it was possible to watch a bit of Stampede Wrestling is like, it's really interesting. I just found a Von Erich chair shot from Chris Adams. It wasn't half as impactful as I remember. It was WCCW in 1984, says Pete Ivy. It's Cat said, I remember Fully Loaded 2000 triple main event. Benoit Rock Triple H, Jericho, Angle, Undertaker. That is one of my all-time favorite PLEs. It's Kaz, shout out to you. Yeah, 2000 is such an interesting year because, you know, that's seen as a disaster for WCW. I mean, I feel like WWE are just starting their victory lap at that time. It's a very, very interesting year, 2000. And by early 2001, WCW are dead. So, you know, that's kind of peak Attitude Era. It's WWE well on top by that point. They've got so many great superstars. And as you said, you know, a triple main event. And look at some of those names. I mean, Benoit, obviously his name is dirt now, but what a fantastic wrestler he was when he was competing. The Rock, Triple H, Jericho, Angle, Undertaker. They were just blessed with so much amazing talent. Big Time said, I've heard the argument that 2024 was the hottest WWE has been since Attitude Era, because they were drawing like 11 to 14,000 consistently for Raw and SmackDown, even with way less people watching. It was a great time. And actually, do you know, Dave Meltzer, who everyone says is like the WWE hater, and I do think that he prefers other companies, right? I mean, obviously he's more of an AEW fan. He's even admitted that. That's not a problem. I think this is where I differ with a lot of people. There's a lot of people that are upset with Dave because he's like biased to AEW. I don't quite see it that way. I think that he reports all the news that he gets, but when it comes to what wrestling does he enjoy personally, well, he enjoys AEW more, and he enjoys that style more than the WWE style, and that doesn't bother me. I don't know why it bothers certain people out there, but that doesn't bother. I can understand that. Like, that's absolutely fine. This is a guy that's watched loads of wrestling, Japanese, Mexican. Do you know what I mean? Like, global. He knows what's going on everywhere. So if he has found some stuff that he really enjoys, and it tends to be more the AEW stuff, that's fine. Yeah, I'm fine. I don't have an issue with it. But even he, that a lot of people think is like anti-WWE, even he says even now is a very successful time for WWE. You know, the numbers that they're going to generate from this year's WrestleMania is going to be really good. Like, the gate is going to be a big gate. You know, they're still coming out with decent ratings, like ticket sales, decent numbers for Raw and for SmackDown. You know, it wasn't that long ago. You think about like mid-90s, and they're doing Raws in like school sports halls. I mean, you can see basketball hoops in the background because we're having to run like these sorts of venues because the business is so cold. Hulkamania is done. We didn't have anything to replace Hulkamania. Bret Hart, Shawn Michaels, amazing wrestlers, but the world wasn't quite ready to tune in and watch them compete, right? Really, the world still wanted Hogan's. I think the reason why like the Hogan stuff ends is largely due to the steroid trial, right? So basically steroids were illegal. The wrestlers were taking them. There was this big trial where Vince could have been sent to prison if it turned out he had been providing steroids to the wrestlers. There was no evidence of that, so he was not sent to prison, but it was touch and go as to whether they were going to, you know, convict him, right? And basically, as soon as he survives that, and even whilst that trial is happening, of course, the decision is made. We can't have wrestlers on steroids. And so the steroid trial in the early 90s, and it's very apt that we're talking about that, because this is, I think you can see Hogan is noticeably smaller at WrestleMania 8 than he had been previously. If you look at the size of some of the people, I'm not talking height, I'm talking, do you know what I mean, when they had muscles that were like muscles on muscles. There's not much evidence of that on this show. And that's because steroid trial is, you know, really hitting at this point. It's, I don't know if it had started or if it was just about to start, but 92 is where, you know, it kicks off. And so that is why we're kind of forced to change. WWE is forced to bring in the new generation, and the new generation are noticeably smaller, and we have to focus more on in-ring skill because we can't focus on size, and we don't have it. I think this is why Vince was maybe a bit excited about Diesel, why he was excited about Sid. They might not have been roided up like Ultimate Warrior, but they were tall, and Sid certainly had a great physique. This is why he gets excited by Lex Luger, because again, he was a bodybuilder, so he was natural, or at least they want you to believe he was natural. I'm not sure if he was or if he wasn't, but yeah, it was a case where they were trying to pivot to someone new and they couldn't find that person. They tried Bret, they tried Sid, they tried Undertaker, they tried all these different people, and they just could not get the company to catch fire again the way it had been in the 80s through Hulkamania. And it's not until we get to Attitude Era, it's not until we get to Stone Cold and Rock and, all of that, Triple H. I mean, New Generation is Hunter Hearst Helmsley. Attitude Era is Triple H. And it's just different. It hits different. The Stone Cold, Mr. McMahon stuff. That's where we find our mojo again. And that's where the business just skyrockets. But there was a period there in that mid-90s that was bad. It was bad. Compared to where we were, we are in right now just a much better place. Much better place. I mean, we're not running school sports halls. So I think this is where, the doom mongering online about how it's dead, it's over, no one's buying tickets, all of that. That there is obviously a degree of truth to that. It's down on where it has been. But you're absolutely right. Where it has been was kind of record breaking. Like, the business was financially booming post-pandemic. And yes, it's settled down now a little, but still in a great place. Still in a very, very strong financial position. Obviously massively helped as well by the Saudi money. I mean, that Saudi money is serious. Lumion, shout out to you, my friends. There's a name that could have been in the any era. Would have been fantastic to have had in the new generation. Would have took him in the golden era. But we're very, very fortunate that we've got him now. Obafemi days. I think WWE should go with Oba winning. They have been doing some stop-start pushes for a while with Braun and Jacob. Oba wins. King of the Ring. Later this year, Roman takes the title from Punk. And then you've got Ruler versus Tribal Chief. Lumion, shout out to you, my friends. I completely agree. I don't know about Roman winning. I think that match to me is a monster match that I might want to save actually for like a WrestleMania. But yes, I see the vision. Monster match. But I think I'm totally with you. Oba winning King of the Ring. Oba winning King of the Ring. Then going into SummerSlam to challenge for a title. Oba is very reminiscent of Hogan in 84 in the sense of you've got this guy that has just got this momentum, that has got this buzz around him, that has not been around very long. And I just agree. I don't actually see a reason for us to take our time with Oba. I mean, one of the things with Oba is because he is aura, you don't want to mess around with giving him losses. You don't want to mess around, right, with anything like that. The iron is hot. And there are times in the past, like Brock, when he first came in, or Hulk Hogan, when he came back in 84. There are times in the past where you can move relatively quickly towards getting someone to a championship. I said when Oba came in, I wouldn't do that at WrestleMania. That to me was too quick. I think he needs to prove that the hype is real. Him being in a match with Brock and beating Brock would be Oba proving that the hype is real. Oba would be proving that, yes, I am the real deal. I have just beaten Brock Lesnar at WrestleMania. Then if he goes into the King of the Ring tournament, actually wins and gets to the final, wins the final, gets the prize of competing for a world title at SummerSlam. Yeah, I'm with you. I think you pull the trigger. Sometimes where you have got someone like, say, a Javon, who is popular and people enjoy him, he doesn't have the, oh my God, this guy kind of reaction at the moment. He comes out, people are like, oh, I like this guy, he's good. But it's not the same as Oba, right? And he's so young as well, Javon. I mean, he's like 21, 22. That, like, for me, he is someone that's so amazing in ring. You can tell stories with him. His aura is not built on his invincibility. He is just an amazing in-ring performer. So for me, him having some obstacles and setbacks that he's got to overcome is fine. That's part of the process. I don't feel like I need to get him to a title super quick. And actually, I just said this in my WrestleMania prediction video. I'm like, I'm not sure that I'd be like desperate to put the belt on Javon at WrestleMania, because I sort of feel like it's a bit like Cody trying to win the title at 39. He fell short, and when he got it at 40, it satisfied more. So with Javon, you want him to sort of fall short so that people are like, come on, young OG, you can do it. You know, at the age of 21, does he need to have had everything worked out by this point? I don't think he does. I think there is a story there where it's okay to have setbacks. It's okay to put on a banger and just get caught and fall short and people be disappointed. Because with that disappointment, hopefully comes a much more satisfying victory that can follow, you know? So, I don't know. I mean, if they do put the IC belt on him, fine. I'm not down on it. But I don't think it's something I would do. I think with him, you can tell a story. Don't feel that way about Oba. Oba is built on aura. He's built on momentum. He's built on that, you know, wrecking machine. Like, a loss for him would matter. A loss for Oba would matter. So, at the moment, he's undefeated on the main roster, of course. He's going to be facing a massive challenge in Brock. I suppose that's part of the appeal, isn't it? Like, what are they going to do? Part of me does wonder if you do like a screwy double count out, or if you do a bit of a no contest, or if they want to do something along those lines to just actually protect Brock, not protect Oba, but protect Brock. But I don't know, man. It's not what I would do. I just think the closer we've got to Mania, the more it's just undeniable he has to win. So I'm with you. Give Oba the victory. I think the buzz around him, the excitement around him, I can visualize him being on late night shows. I can visualize him being a monster star. And I mean, it is still true that airport test of if you walk through an airport, are you going to, oh my God, who's that? And that is worth its weight in gold if you are a professional wrestler. Because if without doing anything, you can walk in an airport and people be like, did you see that guy? See how big that guy was? Like, and you can have that without even putting on a gimmick or having entrance music or anything like that. If you can already get people's attention, it is worth its weight in gold. So, yeah, I'm with you. Give him King of the Ring, Lumion. I completely agree. Back him to the hilts. I don't remember what happened at WrestleMania 8, so I am looking forward to being reminded, said Corey. Well, it's a mixed bag of a show. I think you have to find a bit of pleasure in this era and this era's characters. But, yeah, there's a couple of bangers that are on here as well. There's a couple of matches that I think it would have been okay to have left off. I think this is a card that you probably could have mixed around and come up with some different matches, and it might have been kind of fondly remembered or remembered fonder, in particular, Hogan, Flair. You know, if this was the Hogan Flair WrestleMania, I think it would probably be remembered a bit more fondly. But we end up with Flair Macho Man, and that is just such a banger. I mean, you could make an argument it was, you know, right to not do Hogan Flair because we ended up getting what was surely a better match. This is a better match than I think Hogan Flair would have given us. Because Hogan would have done a few moves, would have done his posing. Flair would have done his usual bumping around. I think the match would have been fine, but I can't say that it would have been as good as, you know, what Macho Man is able to deliver here. So, yeah, it's a great match. Main event's a bit disappointing, but there's a couple of bits on here that are really good. You know, Bret Hart Piper, as we said, really good as well. Santinulios. I don't know how you say the name, my friend. Santino. Said, here's a controversial take. I think that WrestleMania 8 is the best WrestleMania until we get to WrestleMania 17. Interesting. I think that I think it's definitely better than some of the other WrestleManias. Yeah, interesting. It's I'm trying to think like what you would necessarily base that on, but I mean, it is fun and there are a couple of great matches. I think the main event really let this one down for me. I think if the main event was stronger, I'd be probably more with you. But I think the Hogan-Sid match, it's just not a great match. And, you know, you do have the fun of, like, the Papa Shango Ultimate Warrior kind of run-ins. So you do have that. I mean, that is a moment. So I think there's something to the argument. But, yeah, it's not bad. It's a solid WrestleMania in my mind. But if you have it on that scale, I mean, yeah, great. Corey said, is this the one where Flair was saying that it was him and Elizabeth in a fling? Yes. And it was superimposed, yeah. So he was making out that he'd been having an affair. Was it that he'd been having an affair or that he'd been seeing her before Macho Man? But either way, there were pictures of them together, which I think turned out to be like photoshopped before we had Photoshop. Flame Fist said, Hogan Flair was mids. Their styles clashed when they wrestled. This is why Vince never pulled the trigger. They did fight in WCW, and it was mids. Tyler said it's on WWE Vault. It is. It starts in 45 minutes. Ronnie says, Days, hope all is well. And Newberts, do we think WWE is capable of recreating the Cody finish, the story with a women's division? Or is that a big ask? It's a big ask. I think anything's possible. I'd never say anything is impossible. I think it's absolutely 100% possible. I don't know who could do it now, though. Because I think the Cody situation was not just about Cody, was it? It was Dusty, who is one of the most beloved wrestlers of all time. The fact that Dusty Rhodes was in WWE on a few occasions, late 70s. Obviously, he would come back around that kind of late 80s as well. And we'd see him past that. But him as like a proper wrestler, we had him in WWE a few times, and he never got the WWE Championship. And it's crazy because Vince has said if Hogan hadn't been available, he might have gone with Dusty Rhodes as being that guy. I mean, imagine that timeline. Imagine how big of a change the history of wrestling would have been if instead of Hulk Hogan, it was Dusty that was, that guy. Main event in WrestleMania 1, 2, 3. It would have been Dusty Rhodes, Andre the Giant. I mean, obviously that doesn't quite feel right because we don't live in that timeline, right? We don't live in that timeline. We live in a different timeline. But that's, what Vince said. He was looking for that kind of American hero. Dusty would have been one of the names. I think Sergeant Slaughter was honestly mentioned as well. But obviously it turned out to be Hogan. So you had Dusty, one of the biggest wrestling stars from that kind of 70s, 80s periods, never won the WWE Championship. Then, of course, we have Dustin. And, there was times where Dusty was around when, this is my son type stuff. In fact, they wrestle a tag match at the Royal Rumble. I think it's 91. Dusty and Dustin in WWE. This is before the Goldust character. And obviously Goldust and all of that. And so Goldust never gets to the WWE Championship. And then, of course, we get Cody. And when Cody first comes in, Dusty's around quite a bit. This is my boy. And obviously they're on TV together a fair bit. You can find loads of footage of Cody and Dusty. And obviously there's a tag match, isn't there, later where you've got Goldust, Cody, and Dusty. The three of them. And so all of this plays out before Cody comes back at WrestleMania 38. The Rhodes family is very well known, and it's very well known that none of them have won the WWE Championship. It's kind of a bit of a disgrace in a way that we've not managed to get one of them built to the point where they can carry a world title for a bit. And no world titles, not even the World Heavyweight Championship. So no top title in WWE by any of them. And so when Cody comes back as the American Nightmare, the whole finishing of the story thing is, it's real. It's real. There is a real injustice, if you will, that needs to be corrected. And so it's a brilliant story with this kind of family that deserve that honor and have given, arguably 3 generations to wrestling, because Goldust is the older brother, half brother of Cody. He was very active in the 90s. Cody is obviously very active kind of in the 2010s and into the 2020s. So I think you could make the argument they're kind of 3 generations. And so if you want to recreate that with a female, I feel like you're going to need some person that did not win the belt, like a woman that didn't win the belt. Then this would be her daughter, or maybe it was the dad that never did it. This is the daughter, but it needs to be someone that was close. It needs to be someone. There's no point trying to tell that story like, the daughter of Heath Slater. Heath Slater was never close to winning the WWE Championship. We know famously Dusty won a match by count out. Was it count out or DQ? And had his hands on the belt. So he faced superstar Billy Graham, who was champion in the late 70s, and he beat him. But because it was count out DQ, he managed to hold the belt up for a moment, but he never won it. And obviously there's the picture of Dusty with that belt, and that was part of the story of, I'm going to finish the story. This, should have been my dad's. He won that match. He just didn't win it by pinfall submission. And there was loads of occasions that's happened, of course. But in order to recreate it, you're going to need to find a wrestler who was legit, close to winning the belt, never actually won it, arguably 3 generations. Maybe you'd just get away with the son or the daughter. And then you'd need to build that person up. And arguably, you'd need to give them big setbacks as well. Because Cody came in and was dashing Cody Rhodes. Obviously, most famously, Stardust. I think it was very evident that it was not going to work for him. If he'd have stayed as that Stardust character, he would not have won that championship. There's no evidence or nothing to suggest that they saw that character as anything more than mid-card at best. And I think that he needed to go away and then come back as this new version of himself, the American Nightmare, in order for him to finish the story. So I love the story. I love the history of it. I love the fact that it connects to Dusty and the Rhodes family, and it connects to his theme, wrestling as more than one royal family. It's not just the McMahons. You know, it's there's more wrestling families than just them. And it was, I suppose, a little bit of a diss, really. I mean, he did have a chip on his shoulder when he left WWE. Obviously, when he's in AEW, he breaks the Triple H throne, doesn't he? And I think even the theme music's a little bit of a diss. So there's so much weight to that history. And it's such a big story that goes back to the 70s that it's just hard to replicate. I mean, I don't see how you can replicate it now. If you do it to something that's like, you know, a lesser extent, it will be a lesser payback. The reason that 40 is so big is because, you know, the way it all plays out. And then, of course, you've got, like, the fact that Undertaker knew Dusty and Rock will have known Dusty, and you've got all these people, these legends. Cena would have known Dusty, and Dusty was, you know, part of the business. I mean, predominantly, you know, popped up on the main roster with Cody, but he was a trainer in NXT. And so, you know, even Roman knew Dusty. I mean, Roman was telling as part of the builds about basically he was so proud of me. I was the son he always wanted. So, I mean, Cody has got to beat someone that his dad trained in order to get the championship the Rhodes family had never had. And then you've got Undertaker helping him out and all of that. I mean, it is magical. It is. Whatever people think about, you know, Cody, or whatever people think about whatever, you know, where we are now, I think that moment at the end of 40 is years and generations in the making. And it, because of the way it's executed, it is the closest we've got to Avengers. It is the closest we've got to this big payoff, you know. It's so special. It really is. It is one of my all-time favorite moments. I could happily rewatch that match, but that final sequence where it's like this person's coming down, that person's coming down, lights go off, it's Undertaker. Oh my God, it's so good. It's so good. It's fantastic. So, can it be recreated, redone? Yeah, of course. I mean, a lot of stuff in wrestling is recreated and redone. And that can absolutely be redone. But the amount of investment that it would take to set that story up and to execute it properly, I don't know that you could actually structure it. I think this is a story that's come out of life. Do you know what I mean? Like, life got us to this point where no Rhodes had won. I suppose in a way it's a bit like the Undertaker Streak. Undertaker Streak was not planned from the very beginning. They just realized he had not lost. And all of a sudden, I think they got to like 8 or 9, and they started realizing, you know, Undertaker's never lost at WrestleMania. And then it became a story. And I think that was the exact same with this. Like, you know, Dusty never won the belt. Dustin never won the belt. Cody hadn't won it, and then he left. And it became, you need to get that top title for your family. Again, you know, they clearly didn't plan this when Dusty failed to win the belt in the late 70s. Don't worry, we'll put the belt on your son in 2024, you know? That clearly was not the story at the time. So it was very organic. And some of the best stories do, you know, come through being organic. So, yeah, it can be replicated, but it would be very difficult to do, and it would be a big investment, and it might have to come out of an organic situation. Lumion said, Days, I'm really curious. Who would be your Mount Rushmore of wrestlers? I find that quite hard to answer, to be honest with you, because obviously there's different ways of looking at it. You can look at it on impact. You can look at it in ring skills. You can look at it as being personal favorites. And, you know, my personal favorites may feature like a British Bulldog, because as I was growing up, this world, I mean, America felt like, you know, it might have been a different planet. America, when you're growing up in the UK, is a whole ocean away. And when you don't have much money, there ain't really any way you're going to ever get there. And so it's like, it might as well be a different world. It might as well be Mars, right? So when you're kind of growing up in the UK, it's like you're watching entertainment coming from Mars. It's just a different world. It's it might as well, you're never going to get there. It's a whole ocean away. So, and as a kid, you don't really think about, oh, well, I'll save up when I'm an adult, whatever. It's just you're watching stuff from a place that you've not been to, you don't think you'll ever go to. So the idea that there was someone from my country that was there, that was, taking on these giants, you can imagine what that feels like. So, the British Bulldog was just so special that he was in there mixing it up, taking on the bet, and he was as big as any of them. I mean, Davey Boy, if he had his demons in check, who knows what he could have achieved? Would they have given Davey Boy a run with that top title in the mid-90s? I think they would have given him a look. I can't really give you a reason why they wouldn't have given him a look. Because they were trying everyone else. I mean, they tried Sid, they tried Undertaker, they tried Bret, they tried Shawn, they tried Diesel. Like, that belt, that top title was moving around different people as we were trying to find that next Hogan. Davey Boy could have been in the mix to have had a run with it. I can't say that he wouldn't have or would have. Obviously, we don't quite know. But, I mean, if you think about the fact he wins the IC title in the main event of SummerSlam 92, of course that's in London. But great ticket sales for that Wembley show. Big moments. I mean, he is like a big name, and he is a decent-sized star. This is not a jobber. This is not just like another wrestler. He was very much on the radar, but he just had his demons. And there was just... you all know the story about how Bret had to try and help him through that match. I mean, just getting through that match was a nightmare. So... if we were going to talk personal favorites, like someone like Davey Boy would have to be on, just because of what he meant to me as I was watching as a kid, and obviously Shawn. I mean, Shawn's amazing. Shawn doesn't really need describing, does he? But like, if you're talking more about impact on the business and just like the biggest stars, then of course you're talking Hogan, you're talking Stone Cold, you're talking Cena, you're talking Roman, you're talking The Rock, those Bruno for his period as well. But then that's the kind of Mount Rushmore that you would expect to hear from a lot of people. But then if you want to talk in-ring skills, I mean, that's where you're talking Shawn, you're talking Bret, you're talking maybe an AJ Styles. I don't know that he makes the Mount Rushmore, because, I mean, we've had some amazing performers like Eddie Guerrero, Rey Mysterio. To be honest, Chris Benoit would be more than worthy of a mention, but I ain't putting him on no Mount Rushmore. So, yeah, you've got that. So there's lots of, different ways of kind of, carving it up. But if it was going to be, a personal one, then I think I'd be looking at, a Shawn Michaels. I'd be looking at an Undertaker. Undertaker, my favorite character gimmick of all time. Shawn, Undertaker, British Bulldog, because of, what he was able to contribute. And it might be the fourth one I'm really torn with, and it changes each day. It could be a Bray Wyatt. It could be an Ultimate Warrior. It could be a Bret Hart. I just think Bret's a bit grumpy these days, but, I did love watching his matches, and he gave me such amazing memories. I think his longevity probably hurts him, though, because, he's not really around, is he, after 97? Goes to WCW, and I don't really follow him then. So I think if he'd have been around during the Attitude Era doing some really good stuff, I think his place would be a bit more cemented. So... yeah, sometimes I think it's Warrior, because, I just loved him as a kid. He might have been my number one when I was a kid, watching old videos. Just, if the Warrior was on, you just knew you was going to have an exciting match, and it was going to be so good. Didn't worry about if the match was, 5 stars. It never was, but it didn't matter. It was just this guy coming down, the energy, you just got hyped. It was so, so good. But I think, Bray, and obviously the world that he created and the character work that he did, you can't ignore that. Like that is something really, really special. And to be honest, you know, I love Punk. I think, like, you know, the work he did. Cena. My relationship with Cena is a bit strange because I think he was, like, forced down people's throats. And I think he had, like, a long period on top. And I was all right with him at the start. And then as time went by, you know, it kind of was like, I'm ready to see some other people. I think, you know, I could get there with Cody, but at the moment, Cody, I don't feel satisfied yet. I still feel like he needs that title run that he gets remembered for. And he hasn't had that yet. And so for me, like, I'm not quite there with Cody. I think once Cody has that great run with some great challengers and he gets then I might be ready to be like, okay, I feel like we've done the Cody thing now. But because we haven't had that, I'm not quite there. But with Cena, he obviously, you know, was the top guy for a long, long time. So, yeah, I do respect Cena. I got a lot of love for Cena, but I don't know that he takes my fourth spot, to be honest. So the truth is that fourth spot ever changes. Delwyn, hello, my friend. Delwyn said, long time no talk to you and to everyone. I'm excited for WrestleMania. About an 8 out of 10. To me, WrestleMania is like the Super Bowl. Do you agree? I do agree, yes. I think Mania cards and matches are better this year than last year. I can agree with that as well. Yes, Delwyn, shout out to you, my friends. Yes, I do agree. I do think that WrestleMania is this big spectacle that's the Super Bowl equivalent. Obviously, it is a little bit of a shame that it feels like limping our way a bit towards it. I think this is why I disagree with certain people online, because there's people I'm reading saying that the Pat stuff is great because he's meant to be upsetting people and he's upsetting people. But I think for me, if the result is that it's making you question whether you even want to watch WrestleMania or not, you know, if it's making you question, like, do I want to keep watching SmackDown? Like, do I want to be watching this? Is this fun? And I think if the answer's coming back, no, I'm not having fun with this. I'm not enjoying this. And it's not because he's such a good heel that he's saying stuff that's upsetting me. It's because this is a guy that, like, to me, doesn't belong in this feud. Like, we have put him in, and we sort of have heard reasons why. And those reasons are obviously not wrestling beneficial. It's about trying to get more synergy with ESPN. It's about trying to build Pat up as, like, the next Sylvester Stallone, right? This isn't about making the product better. It's about working closer with ESPN, and it's about making Pat a bigger star. And it's kind of like hijacking a brand, if you will. I suppose the way I would compare it is, like, you know, if you brought P. Diddy in to wrestling and there was outrage and heat, is that where we are now? That just any heat is accepted and is kind of heralded as being a great thing? For me, like, I agree that there's good heat and there's bad heat. There's the kind of heat that fans are engaged with and entertained by. A highly trained performer kind of getting heat that you want to see get beaten up, and you want to tune in to, you know, watch them lose and all that kind of stuff. And then you've got the alternative, which is that kind of, I just don't want to watch this anymore. This is not fun. I'm gonna do something else. And for me, I feel like that's where we are, like, right now. So it is a shame that that's happened, and as a result, we're sort of limping our way towards WrestleMania. And this is why I think I said in my breakdown, I really made an effort to not keep banging on about it. But, like, this doesn't get saved for me. Like, you can bring down Kevin Owens, and you can bring down Stone Cold, The Rock. You could bring down an Attitude Era group of people to beat up Pat, and yeah, it'll be a nice moment. But it doesn't change the fact the word on the street is that we're building towards that tag match at Backlash. It doesn't change the fact that, you've still dampened my enthusiasm for WrestleMania going into it. Doesn't change the fact that I've just had to suffer 2 of the worst episodes of WWE TV I've ever seen. And I'm not alone in that, right? You don't have to look very hard online to see, you know, how upset people are with all of this. I do think there is good heat, bad heat. And I think this is an example of bad heat. So I'm pleased you're excited. I share your excitement for portions of the card. I think there's a couple of matches I'm not fussed by. I don't really care about the Vision match, for example. I don't really care for the women's tag match. It feels like a way of getting a load of women onto the show. I mean, it'll be fine. It's not going to be a disaster or anything like that. It'll be watchable, but I wouldn't be shocked if a few people decide that's the moment they're going to grab some more snacks and whatever, you know. But then you've got things like Ober Brock, which I think is going to be fantastic. You've got things like Seth Gunther that I think is going to be absolutely fantastic. You've got things like the ladder match for the Intercontinental Championship that I think is going to be fantastic. I think Drew, Jacob, unsanctioned, it's just going to be a brawl, isn't it? They're just going to, I mean, I can't see that being dull. So, I mean, that's also going to be fantastic. CM Punk, Roman Reigns, not down on watching that. I think that'll be a lot of fun as well. So, yeah, I mean, I think overall the card probably is stronger than last year. But I don't know that I could put my excitement level into a number. In my mind right now, a 7 is kind of coming through for excitement. I think I'm probably a little down where I was because of, you know, the SmackDowns that we've suffered. I think Raw is doing a bit of carrying. And you know, you like, it'd be nice if Carmelo was on the show. There's no sign of Julia being on the show. And so there's a couple of, like, there's no sign of Io being on the show. There's no sign of Elia being on the show. I know people always miss out, but, you know, some of those are, I mean, Io is arguably the best female wrestler in the world right now. That's arguable, but she's got to be top 5. I think she's number 1 best female performer in WWE. It's kind of scandalous that she's going to miss WrestleMania. Like, I know people are upset about Julia missing, and people are upset about Carmelo missing. Io missing would be unfathomable to me. Like, actually bordering on a war crime if she doesn't have a match at WrestleMania, considering how incredible of a performer she has been. So there are a few reasons, and obviously the most notable one being Pat hijacking one of the main events, as to why I think I'm probably just a little less enthusiastic than you. But make no mistake about it, we ain't got to look very hard to find some stuff that we are excited by. And the Sunday, I think, looks better than the Saturday, of course. That's got Ober and it's got Ober and Brock. It's also got the, am I right in saying that's the night we do the Intercontinental ladder match? And it's Gunther Seth on that night as well. And Io Asuka, if it does get made, should be put on the Sunday. So for me, the Sunday looks better than the Saturday. But yeah, probably about a 7. That could go up. Obviously, it's WrestleMania week. So looking forward to, you know, all the fun of the carnival. We've got Raw, the Go Home Raw. Looking forward to NXT Revenge. Looking forward to the start of WWE World. Looking forward to, like, getting Unseens out as well, because Unseens are obviously just going to, you know, bring us up to date with where the staging is at. It's going to bring us up to date with those last minute rumors. There is chatter that The Rock is not expected for WrestleMania. Obviously, we don't know if that's true. It came out of Wrestling Observer. Don't know if it's true or not, but at the moment, not expected. So I don't know. You do wonder if they're kind of got anything up their sleeve, but then if you look at the Rumble and kind of what they delivered, and you look at Survivor Series and what they delivered, and you look at things like WrestlePalooza and Pat getting involved, like, I don't know, man. I just don't know what to expect in regards to... I feel like they need to do something big to really shake things up, you know? I feel like they've caused a lot of heartache, so I feel at WrestleMania they need to pay the fans back. Are they gonna? I don't know. Are they going to? Are they going to find a way of doing that? Are they going to give you big moments and a fantastic show? Has everything been built into this? And is it just going to be the spectacle that we want it to be? Or is it going to be another example of a WrestleMania that kind of underwhelms? Just like how I think a lot of people would say the Rumble did, would say Survivor Series did, would say WrestlePalooza did. These, these are all fairly recent shows. So, yeah, have to wait and see. But Delwyn, you're at an 8. I'm probably not too far behind you. I'm probably on about a 7. I think I've listed a good amount of reasons there why people should still be optimistic. And as I said, I think the Sunday looks better than the Saturday. So, Delwyn, thank you, my friends. Defcon said, all I watch now is Jack's 2K25 matches. Defcon, shout out to you, buds. I can understand people struggling with the product and, really unsure whether they can keep going. I think what I've heard from a lot of people is, or some people saying, I'm just going to watch WrestleMania. I'm not going to bother messing with anything else. But I do think Raw has been pretty good recently. David said, would we be surprised if Pat interfered in Punk Reigns match after the comments? Well, I would be surprised because there's no words that were built into Pat and Punk. Again, Backlash apparently is going to be that tag match. I think if you're going to have Pat involved in both main events, I mean, the only thing I can think is that they're really happy with the plan and how this ends. Because surely the end is going to be Pat gets his comeuppance. And we know he's not going to stick around because he'll go off to football. So whenever football gets started, which I don't think's till August, September, something like this. So we probably got a summer of this. They're going to try and use this heat to make him one of their big heels. And they're going to, have moments where he gets his comeuppance, whatever. But it's just not going to change for me. It's just go away heat. It's TV turning off heat. I just don't want to watch this heat. I'm fortunate in the sense of, I'm not feeling that on my own at the moment. I really don't recommend that they put him in and get him involved in. I mean, it's just self-sabotage. You're sabotaging your product by doing this. The psychology of it is kind of very interesting, The psychology of everyone being upset and really going off about how this sucks and this is bad for the business. And then they double down on it on Friday. This is where people were asking, how do we think they're feeling? Well, evidence suggests they're feeling great. Otherwise, they would not have doubled down on Friday like they did. And that's why I think Friday's show, you could argue, was even more disappointing than the week before. Because they had an opportunity to, pivot, put some sort of correction in place. And, I didn't see any evidence of that personally. So, yeah, I would not recommend them taking that path. Big Time said, can we take a second to look at the 41 match cards just to get a brief gauge as to why it was such a poorly received show? Why was it such a poorly received show? Well, the main event did a lot of the damage. I remember the 2 scores on Cage Match being really terrible for it. Both days. It was a little bit into April, wasn't it? I mean, early April at the moment. Oh my God. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? What was the date? Why am I not seeing this show? Oh, there it is. There you are. It's kind of split across 2 pages in a very annoying way. That's why I didn't see it. So day 1 got 5.6 out of 10. Main event, people enjoyed. Tiffany, Charlotte, Meltzer gave 1 3/4. El Grande, Rey Fenix was a late change. That got 2 3/4. Jacob LA Knight was fine, about 3 3/4. So really on day 1, Jay Gunther, which I think was very annoying with Gunther tapping out. Jay winning was not a surprise. The match on Cage Match gets 4.3 out of 10. So, I mean, we get off to a bad tone. And with Gunther tapping out, I mean, that felt very frustrating at the time. We follow it up with New Day War Raiders, which I'd imagine most of you, even me, forgot even happened. Amazingly, Jade against Naomi, which had a good build. Meltzer gave 2 stars. A Cage Match, nearly 900 votes. 5.7. So I think at this point we're looking for something to get going on day 1. Jay Gunther annoying, right, with the tap out. New Day War Raiders does not get us going. Jade Cargill Naomi does not get us going. Jacob LA Knight is probably the first match that you go, okay, that was okay. Meltzer gives it 3 3/4. People on Cage Match, 943 votes, 7 out of 10. So, okay, we got something. Then we've got El Grande, Rey Fenix, doesn't really do much. Tiffany, Charlotte, doesn't really do much. And then you're at the main event of night 1, and that delivers. Seth, Punk, Roman, fantastic, loads of fun. 1,200 votes on Cage Match. It gets an 8.8 rating. Meltzer gives it 4 3/4. So the honest truth is, day 1, you're waiting for the show to get going. Never really gets going. I think it's fortunate in a way to get its 5.6 looking at this. But Seth, Punk, Roman doing a lot of heavy lifting for day 1. So day 1 is one of those days, I can't remember what we said, to be honest, but I would not be shocked if at the end of that day we were saying, okay, that wasn't it. This has happened before where we've had a bad day and then the next day is a good day. Obviously, we've still got the big main event to come. There's still some really good stuff on the way. So a bad day, but I'm sure the next day will be better, right? Then we start the second day, right? And this, I think, as we know, is dominated by just how badly received the main event is. Dave Meltzer scores John Cena, Cody Rhodes 1 3/4 out of over 1,000 votes. Cage Match, it's got a 3.2 rating. The first match, though, is, I think, what a lot of people regard as the best match. So this is the 5-star Dave Meltzer, Io, Bianca, Rhea. So I think the end of night 1 and the beginning of night 2 is the high point of this show. That is what is doing a lot of heavy lifting. We are able to move on and actually get Drew Damian, which was quite a fun match, actually. Meltzer scored that 4 1/4. People online said 7.4. So this is better. That beats any other match from night 1, right? So we've got that. Then we've got Dominic, Braun, Finn, Penta. That was good. Dominic 1 was very well received. That also gets 4 1/4. So really, at this point, 3 matches in, we're in a good place, right? This is the day we wanted. This is the day we were hoping for. And then it falls off a cliff, right? Because then you've got Orton, Joe Hendry. I don't think Joe Hendry was the person most people were hoping for. When it was like, who's going to face Randy? Joe Hendry comes out. And then you get the match that's 3 minutes long. No rating for that, of course. I wasn't down on it. I know how popular he is, but yeah, I mean, for me personally, there's a lot of other people I would rather that had been. Then we get Logan, AJ, 800 odd votes. People score it a 4.4. Logan Paul, AJ Styles. I mean, this is why when people talk about how great Logan is, you don't have to look too hard to find matches that are underwhelming. I think he has a great start, and then I think like we see the sheen, the honeymoon period start to kind of fall away. And I think his match quality now is just not as special because he's not being treated as the attraction that he was. You know, he was able to prepare for these matches. And now that he's full-time, you know, all of a sudden he's just looking like another wrestler. You know, a lot of people are treating him as like God's gift. But, you know, here he is in the ring with AJ Styles getting nearly 18 minutes. And they could only deliver a 4.4 out of 10. Then we've got the Becky Lyra tag match, which people found a bit annoying. Bayley taken out, Becky replacing. A moment of her coming back, but Meltzer gave it 2 stars. People gave it 4.8. And then the disaster that was the main event. So we actually start really strong on day 2 and we fall off a cliff. Really fall off a cliff. The score for this day is 5.7. So I think if you were to genuinely name 3 or 4 matches from last year that were worthy of watching, it'd be the main event of night 1, the opening match of night 2, Drew versus Damian, and maybe Dominic beating Bron Breakker, Finn Balor, and Penta. Meltzer gives that 4.25. The online community score it's 7.8. I think I had it a touch below that, if I'm being honest with you. I think some of that is because Dominic got the win and people were really pleased about it. I didn't have it quite as high as that. And really everything else you can just sort of dismiss. Everything else and some of the other stuff, like the main event, is actively bad. So 41 as a result is not regarded as a great Mania. 5.7 for night 2 and 5.7 and 5.6 for night 1. So kind of averages out at like 5.65 out of 10. And obviously because that's WrestleMania, it had a healthy amount of feedback. I drink alcohol whenever I feel like it. Sometimes a Guinness or a few beers, says Flamefist. Flamefist, shout out to you. I was talking to my dad earlier about Guinness Zero. He works in a hotel and he says they probably sell more of that than they do actual Guinness now, you know. Guinness Zero is meant to be one of the best low alcohol drinks, like, you know, zero alcohol drinks that you can get. One of those kind of like beers, like people love it. Apparently it tastes just like Guinness, but it has no alcohol content. And he was telling me they probably sell more of that now than they do actual Guinness. So if you've not tried the zero alcohol alternative, I would recommend it. I hear it's very good. Okay, we got 6 minutes. Wow, it's absolutely flown by. 6 minutes. And we will be underway with WrestleMania 8. So I'm just going over to it. Here we go. WrestleMania 8. Oh. Wrong keypad. WrestleMania 8. I did have it set up on this computer, but I'm going to watch it on here instead. If I do too much on this computer, it might lag and stuff, so let's not run that risk. Okay, Robbie said, days, WrestleMania 10, 17 to 19 amongst my favourites. WrestleMania 2000 is a guilty pleasure. 20 to 29 are a bit weird. And hit and miss. 30 was good. 31 to 39. Yeah, fair. I think that yeah, it's not a bad review, to be honest with you. I feel like there is a lot of mixed bags in there. I actually jotted down a lot of the cage match scores, and I was looking back at like some of the recent WrestleManias and how they had scored. There's a lot actually that come out around 6. Well, what's this? I can't remember what this one is actually. Oh, I don't want to say, but we'll talk about that after. But there's a lot that kind of come around about that sort of 6 range. So actually WrestleMania 41 I think a lot of people would say was a disaster. And you can make an argument for that because I think there was a lot that missed and there was a lot of matches that didn't connect and a lot of matches that underwhelmed. But the main event does a lot of heavy lifting. If that bombs especially, then I think it does affect the WrestleMania. You can make an argument that's, what affects this WrestleMania. The main event here bombs. It is not fondly remembered. And I think that does kind of impact on this Mania. But, we'll have to see if Punk and... I've got confidence Punk and Roman should deliver a really good, fun match. So I think that WrestleMania 42 should be okay for its Sunday main event. I do find myself wondering, though, if it needed something bigger than this. Because I feel like Roman Punk... It's funny. They do have a history, of course. Punk bringing the Shield in and all of that. And, of course, there's the moment where Roman held onto that cage and it stopped Punk from entering the Survivor Series. I think the problem for me, in retrospect, I really think we should not have done that triple threat last year. I think having Roman, Punk, Seth in the same match at WrestleMania last year, it just scratched the itch. Any itch that I had to see Punk Roman, I think I was satisfied with what I had last year. I didn't find myself coming out of last year thinking I need Punk Roman as a singles match now. I felt quite happy that I'd had that match. So to now get a year later and your main event, the top match, the match that closes night 2, is basically the same as last year. It just doesn't have Seth involved. That's why I find myself going, yeah, it's fine. And, the build's been fine. But, I don't know. I think I would rather something else personally. I was way more into Cody Randy. That's the truth. I was more into that when it was cooking. When, we'd had that beatdown and everything. That moment after the beatdown and everything, that was my night 2 main event. That was the match that I was most hyped for. So, yeah, we are where we are. Not down on it. Okay, 2 minutes. I enjoyed WrestleMania last year, but I was there, said Bishop. Well, Bishop, shout out to you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. You don't want to go to a Mania and spend that kind of money and hate it. So... I'm glad you had a good time whilst you was there, but I think I can understand why people have struggled with it. I can understand why people kind of regard it as being like a disappointment. The other thing you got to remember as well is maybe part of the reason why it's remembered as being disappointing is because it's coming off the back of a really good run. I mean, 38, 39, 40... those Manias deliver. I mean, those Manias are, by and large, really strong. And I do think 41 in comparison is a step down. So, yeah, I'd imagine if you were there... It always hits different when you're there, of course. But you can always say you went to a WrestleMania. Okay. We are about to get underway with this show. Do we think TKO taking an AEW model? We can book mid-shows for weeks, but as long as we give you 4 5-star PLEs or pay-per-views, they'll feel vindicated. Tony doesn't book weekly shows, but can book a pay-per-view. No, I think we've got to... be booking good TV as well. They can't afford to have ratings drop. They make too much money from Netflix and USA Network, and that's kind of driving the business. So they can't really afford to take that approach. I don't even know that Tony can afford to take that approach. Okay, here we go. Oh man, I love this. Is going to be so much fun. I love this music as well. This is proper WrestleMania music. Da, da, na, na. Look at these graphics as well. Hogan popping up behind the skyline, the WWF logo. And Vince WrestleMania. Look at that shot as well. Is this the Hoosier Dome? I think Reba McEntire does the... Because I'd never heard of her. And every time I hear of her now, not that I hear of her very much, I always think back to WrestleMania. Gorilla Monsoon and Bobby on commentary. That's got to be another dub. Is that a green screen behind him? I feel like it might be. Or is that legit? Just looks a bit blurry. Look at the signs. Hulk Hogan is the greatest. Big WrestleMania 8 sign. It's a decent sized crowd, this. Really decent. I think it's 60. Look at that. Is the Hoosier Dome still... I think there she is. It's no more. It was a dome stadium, Indianapolis. It was the home of the Colts. By the dawn's early light, and so only we hail 62,000 record attendance for the Hoosier Dome. It was demolished in 2008. You absolute savages. Go on, Reba! Go on, Reba! Let's go. Look at them binoculars. Guys, it's just so much fun looking at the crowds. Look at that little flag. Dude looks like Jim Cornette. Is she from Indianapolis? Can't be. She's a Texan. She's from Nashville. Go on, Reba. Go on, Reba. Yeah, you did it. You killed it, love. She was great. She was great. Get her back. Get her back for WrestleMania 42. Let's go. Let's go. Okay. We're opening up. Tito. El Matador. Straight into it. No video package. Okay, so we got Gorilla and Bobby on commentary. Tito Santana, veteran by this point, in his El Matador gimmick. And there's Reba. Little moment there between El Matador and Reba. What do we get when a female rapper gets caught in a storm? A Glorilla Monsoon. King Yeti, shout out to you. Steve said this WrestleMania has got such great nostalgic feels. I agree. I agree. I love all the graphics. Reba McEntire doing a great job. I even love the neon entranceway as well. They had that at WWE Worlds, that neon entranceway. You could have your pictures take with it. Oh my God, here comes Shawn Michaels. And this is not long after the split of the Rockers. Look at this. This is Shawn, man. Look at his best. This might be my favorite Shawn Michaels outfit ever. I think this is number one. This beats everything else. This is... They've made figures of this. This is Shawn Michaels' peak Heartbreak Kids. Coming down with Sensational, Sherri. And this is like really not like... I think it was early 92, was it not? When the Rockers split. I'm sure. Was it not meant to be Marty Shawn at this WrestleMania? Look at that camera. Look at that, kids. No. Oh, Sherri couldn't sing, man. She couldn't sing. And I love her for it. I feel like you could fit a lot more people in there if you had to. But it's still a good crowd. Shining Wizard said, this takes me back. Yeah, Sherri singing the theme, says Bones. Hands off the merchandise. She's so underrated. That was good of that guy, actually. I don't know if that was his son or his brother, but as the camera was coming down, he just grabbed him, turned him round. What a great gimmick as well for Shawn. You know, I'm done with Marty. I'm done with the Rockers. I'm going off on my own. I'm the Heartbreak Kid. They put Sensational Sherri with him. Maybe this is the future for Austin Theory. Maybe Austin Theory can become a bit of a Heartbreak Kid and he's going to have Maxine Dupree with him. Maxine Dupree is going to be the new Sensational Sherri. Austin Theory is going to be the new HBK. You go out there, you be good. Don't move till I tell you. Here he goes then, stepping up to the very experienced Tito Santana. I mean, this is the hot young thing. Taking on the experience of Tito, our opening singles contest at WrestleMania 8. Obviously, we know what Shawn... I mean, Tito was at the end at this point. Tito had been in the opening match at WrestleMania 1. Shawn coming over. Having a word there with Tito. Coming back again. Shoving him back. Tito shoves back. Shot coming in. Shot coming back there by Tito. Side headlock. Crowd already making a bit of noise. Chop by Shawn. Cross body there by Tito. Shawn goes down. Shawn kicks out. Tito taking the early leads. A little bit of pushing and shoving already between these two. Nice headlock there by Tito. I'm noticing confidence. Have we got Sammy bringing a good match out of Trick? Because we've seen him in singles. He can get exposed. Oh, yeah. I mean, Sammy's a great in-ring performer. I think Trick's not a very good ring general. Like, he's not very good at, like, dictating matches. But he's very good at playing his part. So if he's in there with someone that's got a few limitations, he's not really able to bring much, but being in there against Sammy. The only problem with that match is going to be the crowd dynamic, you know. It's going to be a weird one because, like, I'd be more hyped for that match if the crowd were really against Trick, really on board with Sammy. The dynamic is where it should be. But there's this weird thing going on, isn't there, where the crowd are, like, against Sammy and they're in favor of Trick, and I think that's going to be a big distraction. But the quality of the match should still be great. Oh, I've never heard that before. Someone just yelled, a woman, "You just got what you deserve, Shawn." Someone just yelled that from the crowd. I've seen this show so many times. I've never heard that. She's still yelling. There was a woman that was yelling. She's borderline going hoarse. You got what you deserve, Shawn. So Shawn on the outside, regroup him. Gets back into the ring. Interesting, isn't it? We're not really at the stage where we are doing WrestleManias where we open with an absolute show stealer. I mean, you would expect that from Shawn, but clearly they've not been given the objective yet to go out there and set the pace. You know, this is a match where that could sit very much in the middle of the cards. Like these two that don't like each other. It's not like they're going out there flying all over the place, million miles an hour. Probably needed that, actually. These two could have done it as well. Can you hear that woman? Come on, Tito! Shot coming in there by Tito. Shawn goes, that nice sell. Drops to his knees, face plants. Tito goes back to a headlock, slows it back down again. Trini said HBK is a GOAT in wrestling. He main evented too many shows, held the world title too many times to be considered as a mid-card act. Tito is dull, said Ronnie. He is quite dull for a babyface, actually. I suppose he's a slightly different generation, though, isn't he? I mean, this is someone that was competing in the 70s, early 80s. Tito trying to get back up. There's that woman that's screaming, come on, Tito! There was plenty of women that were cheering Shawn Michaels, I can tell you that. Nice takeover, headlock takeover there by Tito. Shoulder up by Shawn. John 3-7. That's the 92 equivalent of Austin 316. Shoulder up again there by Shawn. Yeah, I think whoever produced this match got it completely wrong. Over against the ropes. Tito over the other side. Small package. 2. No joy. Headlock takeover again. Loads of headlock takeovers by Tito. Takes him over. Takes him down. Lovely shot there of the crowd. And the Husia Dome is so great, isn't it, with that roof? Sensational Sherri on the outside, yelling. Over the top to the outside goes Tito. That's a big fall to the outsides. Shawn Michaels. Okay, here's Sherri. This is where Sherri comes into her own. I want to hear what that woman's going to say if Sherri gets involved. She looks over at the ref. The ref goes, as a ref's right there, count him. She's... Tito gets back up to his feet. Is over. Referee distracted. This is your opportunity. Oh, he comes back again. Yeah, Gorilla just said, I'm surprised she didn't take a cheap shot. Tito on the outside of the ring. Sherri just watching on. Oh, the glove coming off. Backbreaker. Nice. Tiffany Julia having a disaster a few weeks ago with a dead crowd and lots of botches. That had to play into not being Mania worthy. Don't know. The card might have already been decided. I mean, rumor was they wanted 14. Looks like they've got 7 on the one day, 6 on the other. The rumor being that Io Asuka is the one that misses out. So that card could have already been decided. Genuinely don't know. Sherri on the outside, trying to offer some encouragement to Shawn as he... it's a lot of headlocks in this one, isn't it? Do you know, it reminds me a fair bit of just a year later when Shawn opens against Tatanka. And it's another very similar match. Quite slow, lots of headlocks, bit plodding, not the barn burner that you want to open WrestleMania with. Elbows to the midsection. Super kick there by Shawn. And that was a lot more impressive back in 92. Super kick by Shawn. Out of nowhere, Tito goes down. And there we go. There's Sherri. Up goes Tito. Shot coming in. Okay, now we've got a bit of back and forth underway between Tito and Shawn. Shawn over against the ropes over the other side. Big boot coming in. Another shot there. Tito against the ropes. Bang! Comes flying off. Flying forearm by Tito. Shawn to the outside. Sherri is straight over. Offering some words of encouragement. Shawn, bang, straight into those ring steps. Lovely sell by Shawn. I mean, you can see glimpses of what's going to make him such a special performer. Tito on the edge of the ring, looking to go up, over, collides in Shawn. Shawn goes down. Tito on his feet. Shawn's pleading. Don't see much pleading in wrestling these days. Like, come on, please. You used to get that a lot from Flair. Shawn definitely got that from Flair. Shot to the midsection. Knee lifts. Inverted atomic drop. Shawn Michaels goes down. Sherri losing her mind. She's losing her top as well. Against the ropes goes Tito. Big shot. Shawn goes down. The decibels have gone up. Shawn on the outsides. Tito grabbing him, dragging him to the edge of the ring. Is that the lighting rig? We've got like some scaffolding. It's probably for the lighting, isn't it? Now that would be covered with something. Ah, Shawn steals it. Shawn steals it. Shawn Michaels gets his hand raised. He manages to steal it. It's not like he beats down on Tito and, you know, gets the win. Sherri in the ring. I just saw a sign in the crowd saying, "Bring back the Warrior." He calls Sherri over. Knocks her down to the ground. It's a good package, them two. Shawn Michaels, the true rocker. I'm telling you, there's women in that crowd. Talk is cheap and so is she. There's women in that crowd that are cheering for the HBK. Many women in that crowd that wish they were Sensational Sherri. Okay, we're going to Mean Gene. Let's get your scores in for that opening match. I didn't realise this was so soon. This is where we get Ella in, isn't it? Legion of Doom, not on the cards. You can still see Shawn and Sherri just still making their way to the back as LAD come out, go over to a platform. I miss the platforms. Obviously, a lot of you will know Paul Ellering from when he was with Authors of Pain. But here he is at WrestleMania 8. I have returned. People love LOD. I mean, they are such an amazing team. This is the beginning of the end. This doesn't lead to a great period for LOD. I think Hawk's personal demons get in the way. Legion of Doom, let's go, said Flame Fists. Suzanne, shout out to you. Jesse, hello. King Yeti said, I remember my grandma said what happened to him being Shawn. He used to be cute. When women go through breakups, especially for significant relationships, we need time. Lots of time and cocktails. So they're sending a message to Money Incorporated. There's not 75,000 there, animal. Just because you're telling us there's 75,000 there doesn't mean there's 75,000 there. It's 62,167 actually. Oh well. I believe there was nobody driving Hawk's train. I don't even think Hawk's train was on the tracks anymore. Do you know, after SummerSlam 92, just a few months after this, Hawk ends up staying in the UK and joining like a biker gang and all of this. He's in a bad place, man. It's crazy LOD only had 3 WrestleMania matches, said Johnny. Is Animal still alive? Passed away. Passed away not that long ago, like not that many years ago. Uh, 2020. Hawk passed away long before, but Animal passed away in 2020. He was only 60. I don't know what he actually passed away of. Died of a heart attack just 10 days after his 60th birthday. Just a heart attack. Hawk passed away in 2003, so that was like 11 years after this. Hawk would be gone. He died of a heart attack as well. Blimey, no. This is a long promo, isn't it? And it's a long promo that doesn't really say anything. It's just, I'm back. I'm back. We're coming for the belts. Animal injecting a little bit of heat. What a rush. Do you know, as a kid, I never had them, but the plastic Legion of Doom thing that you could get with the foam spikes, that was much needed when I was a kid. I needed that when I was a kid. Never got it. The other thing I needed was Hasbro made a Jake the Snake bag with a rubber snake in. I needed that as well. I never had that either. Never managed to find any of those at the car boots. Here's Jake. Love these locker room interviews. Something else we don't do now. Instead, we do it in the corridors. Sucks. Yeah. Undertaker's second victim on this one. Undertaker with his hand trapped in that casket. Paul Bearer planted. I'm going to take my time. Look at him, helpless. Undertaker trapped in the casket, doesn't know what to do. This was Undertaker's funeral parlor, like, talk show segment. He didn't really talk. It was Bearer that did all the talking, but... Sean Mooney as well. Sean Mooney won a Bexy last year. Oh, I love Jake's music, man. I love Jake's music. Yeah. Let's go. This was a great Jim Johnston theme, you know. Underrated. Dun, 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 dun. Fits his character so well. Where's the snake? The theme never kicked in then, but there's a bit where there's like this drone that comes in, and it really is... Oh, didn't kick in on that playing of it. Here's Undertaker making his way down. Massive pop for him. Angel Imperius said, how you doing? It's officially Mania week. It is, dudes. We're doing good. We're doing good. We're doing even better now that we're digging into some old school wrestling. Look at that sign. That was great. Undertaker making his way down. It's weird, as Undertaker was the face for this match. He kind of turns on Jake to help Macho during this time, says Graham. Yeah, very true. This was kind of a start of a Undertaker face run. He'd go on to face Kamala. Obviously build towards next year with the Giant Gonzalez. So he'd been in a couple of years by this point. Arrived at the end of 1990. This is early 92, about a year and a half. Not down on this match, to be honest. I mean, Undertaker against Jake the Snake. I'm really glad that we did manage to get it. Would have been nicer if it was later on in the show, though. A little darker, maybe. Feel like they've thrown it on way too early on the card here. This should have been, like, co-main event spot or something. Do love this version of Undertaker, though. With the grey, silent, mysterious, lots of imagery, Paul Bearer. Can't stay that way forever though, but it was a good time. Shots to midsection, didn't even feel it, mate. This is one of those matches I was saying as a kid, you know, you kind of got Jake the Snake, who's mind games, manipulative, methodical, takes his time, very thoughtful about what he does. And he's got the Snake as well that people are scared of. Oh, imagine him against the Undertaker. Imagine that match. And it's like, well, here it is. Jake telegraphing these shots, but they're not working. Again, going for another shot, and the big man to the outside lands on his feet, though. Undertaker grabs the boots of Jake, drags him out. I love that Jake attire. Bang! Into the ring posts. Big pop by the crowd as Undertaker takes advantage of this. Love Gorilla and Bobby on commentary. Generic WrestleMania logos on the ring apron, and we don't do that either, actually. We've got those banners hanging up in the sky. We used to do that all the time for classic, well, these kind of period shows. I think it looks great having that WrestleMania banner up. Just up in the sky. Undertaker holding onto the rope. Jake's famous promos were great. My favourite is, get in there was not enough and never will be. So I got you. Trust me, said Suzanne. Suzanne, shout out to you. Going back, choking out Jake. Going over in the corner goes Jake. Jake feeling it. He's got him by the throat. You can go back now, actually, and look at this and see the limitations of this Undertaker character. It's slow, it's methodical. He doesn't have that fluidity that he would later have. Jake down in the corner. Undertaker slowly going over. There was this aura around Undertaker, which, like, people just bought tickets because they wanted to see him. So, him being out there right now, like, people will be in awe of just like, oh my God. And you never knew what he was going to do as well. This is still a time period where he's putting his victims into body bags. Undertaker choking Jake out, Jake down. Elbow connects by the big man. Paul Bearer on the outsides. He was slow, but he was also explosive, says Cooper. Is this the same roof as the Pontiac Silverdome, said Davids. I'm not sure. I mean, like, I would imagine so, like a canvas roof. This is like a canvas roof, and I believe the Silverdome was as well. It's probably just like a building practice, wasn't it, at that time? We don't really have domes in the UK. Like big stadiums with like canvas roofs. Right now, Undertaker trying to pick up. DDT! And that was like the RKO in 92. Jake the Snake hitting that is like Randy hitting the RKO. Bang! Planted. Dead man down. Big pop from the crowd. You can see Paul Bearer on the outside with the urn. Urging the Undertaker to get up. And he sits up. And that, look at that. That dude in the background's like, yeah! You wouldn't get that these days either, man. It's just a different time. People freaking out at the sit-up by the Undertaker. Knee to the midsection by Jay. Short arm clothesline. Undertaker goes down, sits up again. Jake calling for another DDT. Grabs Undertaker. He's got him. Bang! Drove it as well. Beautifully. It's a beautiful DDT. Bobby said no one's ever got up out of 2. And Gorilla said, well, I've not seen anyone get up from 1. Right now, we got Jake pointing at Paul Bearer on the outsides. Undertaker sat back up, though. He grabs Paul Bearer. Undertaker a bit too slow. Paul Bearer gets walloped. He's trying to get the urn. The dead man, Tombstone, on the outsides. Boom! Jake tombstoned on the outsides. Crowd going crazy. Jake doing a little sell. This place has gone bananas, says Gorilla. Jake pushed back into the ring. One, two, three, done. Bobby said, I've never seen Jake the Snake defeated that severely. Tombstone on the outsides. I can't stress it enough. This is not an era that's worried or focused on in-ring. It's more about building stories and feuds. And it's more about who gets the win at WrestleMania. You know, you'd go to bed. Oh, there was Vlad. You would go to bed not knowing as to, you know, what was going to happen. And then, of course, you'd wake up the next day having not seen the show because you was a kid and you know, I didn't have Sky Sports. But you'd wake up and you'd be like, oh, my God, what happens? Can't wait to find out what happens. Here we go. This is where things get good. Bret Hart, Roddy Piper. It's one of my favourite Roddy Piper promos, that is, you know. Not today. She be mine. That is one of my favourite Roddy Piper promos. He starts off reminiscing, talking about, I remember when you was a little kid and I'd come round and, you know, you weren't potty trained to year 7, but it doesn't matter. And your mum would be making the sandwiches and there was only one bit of bologna on there. It doesn't matter. I was hungry anyway. And then it obviously gets confrontational. But, you know, where it starts to where it ends within the space of a few minutes is such a journey. Bret Hart's like, I would have had you. And he's like, I don't think so. And he's got the belt wrapped around his hand ready if he has to use the belt to, like, wallop Bret. Not today. She be mine. This is Roddy Piper. And what's really special about this is Piper genuinely had a soft spot for Bret. And so he wanted to, you know, kind of put him over and put him on the map. People love Piper. Piper had kind of been and gone from wrestling a few times. Gone and done some Hollywood films and whatever. And there was a lot of affection for Piper. So, Big Star, I think he knew that his time was coming to a close. And I think he had a lot of respect for Bret. I love that promo exchange. Two legends, said the one. Yeah. Roddy Piper was one of the best on the mic ever, said Big Mix Gaming. He's wearing a Rampage shirt. European Rampage. There we go, that young lady with her... they'd be Yeet glasses today, wouldn't they? Piper then in the ring. Bret Hart has already made his way down. We're seeing some great shots from in the crowds. Love that. Get to see what people are wearing. Get to see some of the signs people are holding. And Bret all in pink. Piper just taking his kilt off. Okay, Bret Hart, Roddy Piper. This is match number 3. Get your votes in for what you just thought of Undertaker, Jake Roberts. Not a classic. Little shorts. Little felt a bit stifled by where the Undertaker character was at that time. Like, he couldn't be more expressive. This, though, look at this. Bret the Hitman Hart versus Roddy Piper at WrestleMania. This is like dream match territory, actually. Angel Imperius, shout out to you, firing in some Wrestling Days memberships. Appreciate it, my friend. Thank you. Appreciate it. Big Mix Gaming said Piper in this era would just chew them up for dinner. Oh, absolutely. Certainly if it was Piper at in his prime. I mean, this is 92. I mean, he's already had a hell of a career at this point. Main event in WrestleMania 1, of course, and having a Hollywood career. And here he is in a big match at WrestleMania 8. I mean, it'd still be popping up at WrestleMania 19. Gorilla said he would go right at Bret, head on. There's no other way. You got to take it to him. Piper locking up with Bret. Bret getting the better of Piper, chucking him over. Piper coming off second best on that occasion. Locking up again. Nice. Takedown there by Piper. Getting him round the back. Bret gets back up. Nice. Goes over against the ropes. Piper to the outside. It's a clever way of breaking. Piper gets back in. Bret pushes him. Piper spits. Bobby is like, here we go. Piper looks out at the crowds. Looks out at the crowd, looking around. I think he knows that the frustration's settling in. Okay, we're going to go... So we've locked up and we've tried, like, wrestling and who can get the better of the wrestling. We're going to try strength. Going to go for the old... something else you don't really see in wrestling these days. The old test of strength. There we go. They're locking up. Test of strength. The arms are locked up. Breaks the hold, works the arm. Yeah, good work. Nice reversal there by Bret. Bret just showing that he can outmaneuver and out-wrestle Roddy. Chop coming in there by Piper. Think about how important Bret would be in the future and how important Shawn would be. Here they are both in early singles matches at WrestleMania 8. Bret, I think, definitely putting on the better contest, but then arguably with the better opponent. Chop coming in there by Piper. on again. Really laying those chops in. You could really hear them. He's desperately trying to get out of this hold. Can't get out of it. He ends up going down face first. Bret keep applying the pressure. And Bret Hart very much on top at the moment. David said, this is the greatest wrestler to never win a world championship. Oh, yeah, he's got to be in the conversation, hasn't he? Could you imagine what a Rowdy Roddy Piper WWE Championship run would have looked like? And, like, how much fun that could have been? I get why we never got it. I mean, he was around at the same time that Hogan explodes. And, you know, we were full on with Hogan, but... Oh, Hitman landed awkward there. His shoulder. Referee's like, he's hurt his shoulder, he's hurt his shoulder. I think this is Possum, isn't it? Bang, up, yeah. Nice, good work there by Bret. Showing that he's got the dark arts as well. Slap there by Piper. Referee having a words. Bret, middle of the ring, shoving Piper back. They lock up. Side headlock there by Piper. Over against the ropes. Bret on the other side. Piper goes down. Bret coming in. Gets crossbody. Caught on the ropes. But they do make it over. Didn't quite go to plan at first. But they do both make it to the outside. Little bit of extra room on the outside, isn't there? You've got the mats. And then there's like an extended kind of part that's not mats. It's like a carpet. It's quite good, actually, that they've got that little extra space. Right now, Bret up on his feet. Piper back in the ring. Piper didn't want to have the belt. He was offered it by Vince, but he didn't want to F up the character, said Shining Wizards. Big Meat said, Days, to be fair, Piper would have been cancelled by this new generation of pansies. Here we go, Bret stepping inside. I see what Bret was talking about, not hating on Gunther, but make it look real without hurting your opponent. Bret was awesome at his job, says Ronnie. Oh, yeah, I agree. I can also see what he's talking about. Wrestling is, you know, it's meant to be a form of entertainment where you can do it like on a regular basis because you're not actually hurting each other. If you've got Gunther chopping your chest red raw, then, you know, is that wrestling? This was proper bladed as well. I remember Bret talking about this. He blades. And you weren't allowed to blade back then. And actually, they did speak to them and they were like, did you blade? And he was like, no, it just happens. And got away with it. Shot coming in there by Piper. Piper looking for a running bulldog. But Bret was so good at, like, blading and hiding it that actually Vince didn't even know that that's what he had done. 1, 2. So we do get colour here. There is a ton of people in that stadium, said Jesse. I think the official number's 60,000. I don't know what they announce it as. Biting away there by Piper. Bret busted. Over in the corner goes Bret. I think the blood definitely does add. Knee lift, bang. Down goes Bret, going for the cover. 1, 2, shoulder up. Bobby said he had his money on Piper to win this all along. Shot coming in. Now that Piper's doing well. And he was great at doing that. Bobby, because as soon as it goes the other way, he then says, I knew it was going to be that. Up over the top, lovely work by Bret, goes for the cover. 2. I tell you what, that blood, so he's done quite a number on himself there, Bret. Quite a number. Jabs coming in by Roddy. Bang, Bret goes down. Piper going for the pin. 2. Kick out. I remember this match, but I was only 7, said Aubrey. Big Mig said, John Cena said he never hit anyone for real in his wrestling career, but his punches look great. Shot coming back there by Piper. Against the ropes. Piper through the ropes to the outsides. Yeah, Bret coming back. Piper on the outside. Those railings moving around just like AEW. They had that problem for a while. Double clothesline both down. He's pinning him. Piper's on top of Bret, but that shoulder's... Is it down? Yeah, Gorilla said it's not a pin because all 4 shoulders are down. But Bobby's like, yeah, but he's still pinning him with his heads. I genuinely don't know the rule on that. You can see some of Bret's blood on the inside of Piper's. He's going up top. People are so excited when you went up the top. Now it would be nothing. Back then, people are like, oh my God. He was playing possum again, and he smashes Piper face first down. This is just so much better than the first 2 matches. Inverted atomic drop. Big Nick said, you notice how people are invested? There's no damn phone. That's true. That's true. It's a good point, that, about the phones. No, people aren't watching through a screen like this. Instead, they're watching the action, yeah. It's a good comment, that. 1, 2, Piper kicks out. Look at the blood, mate. Picks up Piper. Nice backbreaker. Nice backbreaker. Piper down. Bret Hart looking for the sharpshooter. He's going to try and get it on. He's stepping through. Piper, though, defends it. Grabs the leg, tries to push the leg back. Again, trying to step through. Bang, lovely. Forearm driven down. That takes the fight out of Piper. Bret going over to the corner. Piper down. Bret looking to drive the elbow, but Piper gets the leg up, and the fans are into it, man. People are jumping out their seats like, come on. Seen a couple of guys just do that. Woman just getting up. That guy jumping up. Blimey, it's like whack-a-mole in the crowd. You just got people popping up as they're like reacting. That dude's jumped up to take a picture. Shot coming in there by Piper. Bret Hart getting back up to his feet. It's a fun match, this. Look at the sell by Piper. Bret grabs him. We're over by the ropes. Oh, nice. Ref down. Ref down. That guy's clothesline to Bret. Bret goes against the ropes. Spills to the outsides. Referee down for a time. Look at that young fan there. Look at that little lads. He's watching a massacre. Bret Hart face first into those ring steps. Goes back into the ring. Denitria said, the only person I know that can bleed off of one hit was Flair. Do you know, it is funny, actually, like the Flair influences that you can sort of see. I'm not saying this was an influence by Flair, but it is true. He used to blade all the time. Look at this. He's got the bell. This isn't the Roddy Piper that we know now. This is what Roddy would have done back in the day. This is like 10 years ago, Roddy Piper. Don't do it, Roddy. Don't do it. The fans are like, no, don't do it. Bret's right there. He probably should have done it, actually. Look at him looking out at the fans. Don't do it, Roddy. Bobby's like, what the hell? Use the bell. Oh, he throws it away. He gets a big cheer for that. Shot coming in. They go back, swing and a miss. Sleeper hold there by Roddy. It's babyface this, by the way. Bret going off the ropes. Rolls Piper up. 2, 3. Couldn't kick out. Bret gets the pin. And it is rare to see Rowdy Roddy Piper get pins. Famously, he just did not allow it. But he allowed it here because he had such a soft spot for Bret. He really believed in Bret. Roddy Piper. I think it needed a stronger finish. It needed a bigger finish. I think the finish to the match is a real shame. Title change. Roddy Piper takes the belt over to Bret. Puts it over Bret's shoulder. Helps him up. Oh, and it's the best version of the belt as well. That's sportsmanship, says Jesse. Not mad at the finish, said Ronnie. He should have used the bell, said Corey. Flamefist said Roddy has a conscience. What conscience? What am I watching? Johnny said Flair bleeds heavily in his upcoming match with Macho on this show, on this event. Bret wins, said Suzanne. Shining Wizard said, to be fair, Dusty's forehead was like a cheese grater. That's true. There's plenty of marks, wasn't there, from all the blading he'd done. Oh, I forgot that we did this. This is Lex Luger. Is in the World Bodybuilding Federation, I think. Yeah, there's Lex. We don't actually see him until he arrives and gets unveiled at the Royal Rumble in '93. This is... Gorilla Monsoon would have messed you up. You watch your mouth. So he's talking about the WBF. Vince had this thing about, like, trying to get the World Bodybuilding Federation off the ground as well. I heard the reason that he was in that is because there was a bit of, like, a non-compete. So they managed to get him from WCW, but they couldn't use him in wrestling straight away. So they put him in the WBF until he was then available to be used on WWF. So they're trying to build him up to be this big star with plans of bringing him into the company, but they just couldn't do it yet. So he's just talking about WBF, which is so weird. Bobby always wants to have a look, doesn't he? He always wants to have a look. Give us a look. Give us a glimpse. Give us a look. I didn't realize that that's an official WBF jumper that he's wearing. And I mean, it is. Do you know what I mean? It is impressive, to be honest. Nutrition. Glass of milk. Drink your milk, kids. Have we got Ico Pro up and running at this point yet? Because I'm surprised he's not pushing that. I love Bobby and Gorilla. They're the best. Right. Here's Nasty Boys and the Mountie. Here's Repo. So this is just a big mess of a match. I mean, it is a mess of a match. There's a lot of energy there, isn't there? Big Boss Man. So, look at what Sergeant Slaughter's doing just a year after main eventing. It's pretty crazy, isn't it? But hard times. I can't remember what Virgil had done to his nose. Hacksaw. I think it's just a way of getting a load of people on the card, isn't it? Oh! Ray Combs. Okay, we've already got everyone in the ring. Where's that lost footage of their entrances? Not that it's going to be that interesting, but look, they're already in there. This is crazy, isn't it? No entrances for these people, but instead we've just got like a special announcer. And he's just referencing Family Feud a lot. Oh, I remember this. The word that sums these people up and the heels get all irate. It's just in the survey. The man that doesn't know the meaning of the word fear, but apparently he doesn't know the meaning of many words. The Mountie! Oh, well, the fans quite like this. Repo Man. No one can call him Two-Faced, because if he is Two-Faced, he should be wearing the other one right now. He basically just called him ugly. They were hoping for a boy when his parents first saw him, so he's ugly and he's a girl. Ah! Ah! The Nasty Boys, ladies and gentlemen. The Nasty Boys. 2 men, 1 brain. That's what the survey says. Why did they hold each other back? They should all just beat him up. Lucky. Calls them lucky. They do fight. Look at him. He has to really try and bail out there at the end. I've got no idea, right, why Knobs thought after hearing all of those insults that that final one was going to be something positive. Why did he think that? That guy was like, there's only one word to sum up the Nasty Boy. And Knobs is there going, this is right. It's going to be something good, I'm sure. After having 5 minutes of insults. And that word was lucky. They tried to get a hold of him. He really had to bail to get out of there. The baby faces Come and make the save, and we are underway. Time traveling Hobgoblin said all these wrestlers in the ring now are like 100 times better than Bret Hart, says time traveling Hobgoblin. Did Hawk and Animal have any kids? Hawk and Animal? Not together. It doesn't work that way, but when a man loves a woman. Okay, Hacksaw is starting up. I need to change this, don't I? 8-man tag. Okay, we got Sags in the corner. Let's end our poll. Days, I looked this up. Bushwhackers are on the card, but they weren't on the show. Yeah, do you know, I didn't know that. Apparently they are the dark match for this show. And I don't think I've ever seen the match. That'd be another interesting one for Vault to find if it's not already been found. Okay, good news. We did get a great rating. So we have managed to get great 76. Oh my God. You lot have been enjoying the show so far. Shawn got good 94. Undertaker good 99. Bret Piper great 76. The sweet mercy is that this match does not take long. It is just a mess of a match with a load of big names. I say big names. Slaughter had main evented. That's about the big name, really. I suppose Hacksaw's a big name. Bossman. Oof. Slaughter in there, actually, with Knobs. Jimmy Hart on the outsides. Over against the rope. Slaughter, elbow to the midsection. Knobs goes down, tag being made. In comes the boss. I love the boss man. Not stupid attitude era boss man that sucked. I like this boss man. Look at that. He wound up the shot as well. Pop, pop, pop. He's shot. Look at the shots. Pop, 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 pop. They look good. In the corner. Chest first. Knobs moves out the way. Boss man into the corner. Boss man was very explosive. Really good injections of pace. Shot coming in there by Repo. Repo man. Going for a clothesline. Boss man. Shoulder tackle. Repo down. Boss man against ropes. Big splash. Repo moves. Repo jumping round the back. Boss man down. And again. Oh, that's nice. That's nice, isn't it? Boss man spins round super quick with his fist. He just punched him in the dong. Shot coming in. Down goes Repo. Tag being made. Virgil comes in. Virgil still enjoying some popularity at this point. Drop kick. Going over to the corner. Virgil in the corner. Repo is up. Virgil crossbody. 1, 2. I don't know what the hell we were doing there. Should that have been a 3? It looks like it probably should have been. Repo in there with Virgil, grabbing the arm of Virgil. He's looking to pick him up. Yeah, side suplex, puts him down, goes for a shot on Hacksaw. Hacksaw's not having that. Hacksaw's not having... Oh, he almost grabbed the referee and almost chucked the referee out then. Hacksaw had lost it for a second there. He was seeing red. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Jimmy Hart on the outside. Big Mig said, imagine Pat talking shiz around this era. Oh. I mean, this was people. This was a group of people that could look after themselves legitimately. Bang! Virgil gets planted. Hacksaw was no slouch. Neither was Slaughter. Neither was Bossman, actually. There's plenty of people in here that, yeah, don't step out of line because they'll humble you. Mountie in the corner. There we go. Bossman. I'd love to have seen Bossman Mountie at this. Shot coming in. And again. Big brawl. Mountie on the outsides. This thing has broken down. Referee's lost control. He's absolutely lost control. Knee to the midsection. Virgil feeling that. Slaughter falls to the outsides. We've got the Nasty Boys in there at the moment. Oh, Slaughter going into the ring post. Okay, right now, we've got the mask. It's been removed from Virgil. I don't think the people saw that. Virgil gets the pin, right? One of the Nasty Boys took the mask off Virgil, but there was so much happening that I think a lot of people might have missed it. Took the mask off Virgil, went to use it as a weapon, ended up knocking out his partner. Virgil gets the pin. Babyfaces get the win in a bit of a just mess of a match, but I mean, as a result, it can't... It's fine, wasn't it? It wasn't around long enough to offend. Oh, here we go. This is the best match on this show, and it's coming up next. This is the picture they're going to be showing of Miss Elizabeth. Lovely, angelic, beautiful, classy, elegant Miss Elizabeth. What a talker Ric Flair is. You got one last shot at Space Mountain, Liv. Woo! There's Macho Man. Or his dressing room. Look at that sign that they've put on the door. Classy. Oh, mate, the gear that he wears here is so iconic. The all gold gear. How many fans do you reckon tuned into this desperate to see those pictures? How many fans do you reckon were like, oh, they're going to show off the scandalous Miss Elizabeth pit? Oh my God. I am definitely tuning into WrestleMania. This is what it's all about. Ric Flair versus Randy Savage. One of the great WrestleMania matches. There's the Fink. Let's go. An hour and 15 minutes in. We're about halfway through the cards. And this is the one. Ric Flair making his way down. Rick could have a match with a broomstick and it would be 5 stars, said Davids. This is during the time that Perfect was injured, said Shining Wizard. But they put him in non-performing angles to keep him over. I wish they did that now. Injuries just make you disappear. Shining Wizard, very good. Woo! Bobby is wooing. I was just seeing some great foam fingers for Hogan, a foam nightstick for the big boss man. That's savage. Flair is a square. Yeah, take that. Take that, Ric Flair, you square. That sign says the perfect team. I wonder if they're hoping for Miss Elizabeth to join up with Ric Flair. I wonder if anyone thought that might happen. That, like, Miss Elizabeth might turn on Macho and join up with Rick. Yeah, Bobby wants to see the picture. I want to see the picture. Ric Flair's made his way down then. Here we go. Look at the gear. Look at him in all golds. Oh, he always looked great. Macho Man going for the championship, wearing all gold, running his way down. No Miss Elizabeth. Gets in there, chases after Ric Flair. Ric Flair, Mr. Perfect, both get out the ring. Macho Man straight out the ring. Gets back in again. Ric Flair on the outsides. Macho jumps over that top rope. Goes chasing after Macho Man. Goes chasing after Rick. We're in the entranceway. The bell has sounded. We're underway. Mr. Perfect comes over. Grabs Randy. Bella's already sounded. He's dragging him back to the... chucking him down. Randy is right back up. Ric Flair getting into the ring. Ric Flair in iconic all red. It's good, isn't it? It's good. It's really good. Chop. Okay, Ric Flair in control early, thanks to Perfect. Randy, clothesline, Flair goes down. Ric Flair is up, knee to the back, gets driven into the corner. Shots coming in there by Randy. Randy climbing up, throwing in some shots. Oh, no, couldn't get the inverted atomic drop. Clothesline there by Randy. Ric Flair goes down. Oh, I love Bobby adds so much to this with his voice breaking. He's so desperate for Flair to win this. In the corner, back elbow there by Macho Man. Going for the pin. 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Was Randy and Miss Elizabeth already split up at this point? I think, was it not 92 is the year they split, which is this year? I don't know if they've split or if they've got their troubles at this point. Part of me thinks they might have been split at this point. Part of me thinks they might have been split at this point. Their wedding and all of that they showed on at SummerSlam was not the real wedding. So, yeah, there was stuff kind of going on around this time. Chop coming in. It's a rough time for Macho Man, actually, because he is dealing with all that. I just don't know if it had happened at this moment. Kick coming in. Randy is down on the outside with Rick getting back into the ring. Rick with the early advantage. Mr. Perfect on the outsides. There's a green shirt guy in the front row, said Big Case. Is there? Green shirt guy. Kick coming in there by Rick. And again. Yeah, Savage is down. Rick in control. Stomping away again. Yeah, this is, it's worth mentioning, this is obviously the WrestleMania that follows Royal Rumble 92, which we've watched a few times on the channel. Regarded as maybe the best Royal Rumble, absolutely stacked. Flair wins it, gets the championship, goes to Mania, defends against Macho. Looking for a suplex, Macho up. He's got him up in the air. Bang, gets it. Ric Flair going for the cover. 1, 2, kick out there by Macho. There's a dude there in the back that I think is selling those foam fingers. He just had a big cardboard box. I'll take one. Bang, Macho down. Ric Flair going for the cover. 2, kick out by Macho. It's all Ric Flair at the moment. Show me the pictures, says Bobby. Have we got a big screen? He says they're going to show him on the big screen, but I don't think I've seen a big screen. Is there even a big screen to show him on? Chop coming in there by Rick. Over in the corner. Yeah. It's really wearing him down, chucking it. Ah, and a lovely chop as well. 1, 2, kick out there by Macho Man. Liz and X weren't a thing yet, but they were mates. Liz and Randy were separated by here, says Shining Wizards. Alfie said Macho has got a really iconic white gear as well. Oh, yeah, that's the retirement. That's the match with Warrior from 7. Kick coming in. I agree. White, purple. That might be the best gear, actually, the white one. Savage to the outsides. Rick jumping out. Jesse said, Mr. Perfect has got rhinestones. I'm obsessed. Oh. Yeah, I think they're on the back of his jacket, aren't they? Do they say Mr. Perfect? Macho goes down. There's no WrestleMania on that side of the apron. Macho trying to get back up, get back in. Steve said maybe you just meant showing the photo on TVs around the world when he was talking about the big screen. Well, maybe. Right now he's trying to suplex Macho in. He's got him up. Bang! Plants him down. Rick going for the cover. 2. And Macho surviving. And that's very much where we are at the moment. It's all one direction. It's all Ric Flair. He's playing with him like a child with silly putty, says Bobby the Brain. Rick is grabbing Macho Man. Gonna end the poll for the 8-man so we don't get confused. Ah, he goes hard into those corners, doesn't he? Really hard. Can hear that woman that was yelling earlier. Come on, Randy. Macho Man, look at him slumped down. Really selling in the corner. It's not looking good. Shot coming in there by Rick. Again, he goes down. Kick coming into the midsection. And again. Rick coming over. Grabbing Macho. Get up, Savage! Chop coming in there by Rick. Ah, shot coming back. Do you know what's good, though? Any sort of fight back, any sort of glimpse of a fight back, the fans are right there ready for it. Cheers. Here we go. Ugh. Macho against the ropes. Grabs the head, looking, swinging net breaker. Gets it. Nice pop. Nice pop. Ric Flair down. Macho Man down. Get him up. Bobby is struggling. Right now, Rick grabbing Macho. Rick against the ropes. Blocked there by Macho. Lovely right hand. Jab coming in there by Macho. And again, he's kind of driving Rick back in the corner. Rick going to the outside, climbing up. Macho, middle of the ring, coming over, grabbing Rick. Looking to... Oh, look at the height. Look at the height that he just got. Take a walk, take a walk. Macho coming back into it. Ric Flair doing what he does best, that pleading. No! The tide is turning in the corner. Another big back body drop. Look at that. Clothesline. Another clothesline. Down goes Flair. Pleads again as Macho comes over. Ric Flair over the other side. Upside down. Classic. Runs up. Oh, gets caught. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Loud boos, man. The crowd wanted that to be 3. Loud boos. Sign in the crowd, though, says woo. Mr. Perfect's all frazzled. Macho against the rope, stuck underneath. Clothesline. That's one of the most iconic shots of the match, actually. I think you could get collector's cards at that moment where he clotheslines him and Rick goes up to the outsides. That moment, literally. Here's Macho with the double axe handle to the outside as well. Flair goes into the railing. I think that was a very obvious blade. He goes in and then he sort of does this. Yeah, you ain't hiding that. Face first into the ring steps. And there is blood. There is colour. Bang. Flair goes down. The champ is busted. Macho going back to the outsides. He's grabbing Rick. He's going to go for a suplex on the outsides. Gets it. Savage has got to be stopped. There's something wrong with the man. Macho Man going right back out to the outside, grabbing Rick, chucking him in the ring. Bobby is urging for the match to be stopped. Macho Man throwing down some shots. He's on top of Rick. It's a great comeback. WWE Championship on the line. Ric Flair over against the ropes. Macho Man going up. Double axe handle connects. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Loud boos ringing out. Some cheers as well, though. There's some people here that are riding with Rev. I wonder if they're cheering because they want the pictures to be shown. The elbow going to the outside, looking for the elbow. If he hits it, Flair's in big trouble. People are rising up. Macho with his arms in the air. The big elbow connects. 1, 2. Mr. Perfect. He was done. Flair was done. Flair was cooked. Perfect jumps in. Macho's got a perfect problem. Perfect gets in the ring. Macho gets in as well. Okay, we've got a whole thing going on here as he's got him by the tie. Referee goes down. Another ref bump. Like a weapon passed over that Flair puts on. It's not brass knucks. I'm not sure what it's made of, but it is over the knuckle. Oh, it's dead. Out. Cold. Cracked him. Cracked him. Passes it back to Perfect. Macho down. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. That's a great moment. That's a great moment. When the heel has a plan and they execute it perfectly and the babyface can just still get the show, like, it's very satisfying. It's very, very satisfying. Macho, Macho, Macho. We've had a real back and forth. We've had loads of outside interference. Look, now he's grabbing a chair. Mr. Perfect driving that chair into Macho. Macho's leg, feeling it. Macho goes down the knee. Oh, here she comes. Here she comes. The people's princess. Oh, my God. Oh, she's making her way down. She's just the best of us. Miss Elizabeth making her way down. Get to the back. Get to the back. Oh, no. I want to be with my man. Ric Flair comes crashing down. Miss Elizabeth at ringside. Oh, God. The temperature just went up like several thousand degrees. Now that Miss Elizabeth's at ringside. I heard Liv Morgan the other day say that she thinks herself and Dominic are the best couple in wrestling history. She's a heel. Of course she's going to say that. She's not even close. Figure four's in, man. He's going to be in so much pain. That knee was buggered anyway. They're trying to convince her to go to the back. She's not having it. She's trying to cheer on Macho Man. She's trying to cheer on Randy. Bobby's still yelling, show me the pictures. Mr. Perfect's out there cheating, trying to help Ric Flair get some extra leverage. Figure four is in. Macho Man in a world of pain. Miss Elizabeth on the outside. Slaps coming in there by Rick. I think they know that she's not leaving. They're sort of leaving her alone. She's applauding. Look at the anguish on her face. Blood pouring down the face of Rick. Macho's trying to reverse the pressure. He's trying to turn it over. That puts the pressure back onto Rick, the referee. Kicks out at the ropes. That keeps Perfect at bay. Ric Flair up on his feet. Oh, again, going back to that. That knee's just absolutely screwed, isn't it? Small package, 2. No. Small package. Look at this. Oh, my God. It's so good. It's so good. It's actually better than I remember this. Over in the corner. So many layers to it. Chop coming in there by Rick. Kicking away at that knee as well. The drama of her coming down whilst he's in that figure four. Woo! She winked at him, says Bobby. She winked at him. They're big earrings that she's got on as well. She's come down with a couple of chandeliers. Bang. Oh. Rick, middle of the ring. Ric Flair, bang! Shot coming back by Randy, rolls him up. Handful of tights, gets it. Handful of tights gets it. Miss Elizabeth runs round to Randy. Randy gets it. Bobby's like, I've got to get to Flair. I've got to get to Flair. I do think that could have had a stronger finishing sequence. But there's some brilliant moments in that. Miss Elizabeth in the ring. Isn't this when Flair replaced Macho in the picture? It was Net Force, yeah. Flair always loved that blood in the hair look, said Shining Wizards. Whoa! Ah, she slaps him! Pushes him over. Macho loses it. Ric Flair plants one on Miss Elizabeth. She slaps him. She's trying to wipe it away. God only knows where that mouth's been. You're probably right to wipe it away, Miss Elizabeth. Randy's down, he's injured, his knee's absolutely screwed. Officials being pushed away. Miss Elizabeth's backed in the corner. Sonny, hello. Hope you're well. Perfect gets a little kick in as well. Oh, bedlam. Bedlam. I think the fans are chanting Hogan. I think there's a Hogan chant. Flair coming over, driving a knee down on Savage. If there was a two-night WrestleMania, this would have been our closer to night one. I mean, as great as this was, we don't get the pictures. So it has to be -5 stars. Macho down, trying to find a way of getting back up to his feet. Miss Elizabeth is in the court. Look, he's fighting everyone. He's gone. He doesn't even know who he was fighting anymore. You're the champ, Macho. They're gone. What's great about it is, you know, he came down and just had to go through hell to win that belt. I mean, look at him. Look at what he's been reduced to. It's like the man had to just climb Everest. Dun, dun, na, 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 na. Shiny Wizard said, did you ever see when Liz actually went in-ring with matches later in life? It was very, very sad. To be honest, I didn't. I mean, a lot of that here with WCW never really interacted with, so I can't say that I've seen a great deal of her WCW work. I think it, to be honest, would take away from this, which is just perfection. Blimey now. That wasn't pyro. That was a full-blown bomb that just went off. Even Miss Elizabeth was like, Jesus. The pyro's insane. This must be like early pyro. Mackenzie said Flair was 43 during this match. Still putting in great performances. Well, that's crazy as well, isn't it? I mean, think about how much longer he would go for after this. I mean, he would retire at WrestleMania 24. This is WrestleMania 8. They're back in the locker room saying that what an injustice. You had a handful of trunks. With Sean Mooney, yes, Big Migs, with Sean Mooney. Danhausen would have approved of that pyro, said Corey. Here's Bobby. Bobby's made his way down from commentary. There's nothing to worry about. Here's Rick. What we have right now. Jezebel. We don't cry over spilt milk. The money, the brains. This man has never taken a shortcut, he says about Ric Flair. Yeah, showing that handful of tights. I wonder how people felt about that. They even pixelated his ass cheeks. They could still show the pictures, though, couldn't they? There's no excuse to not show the pictures. Show them, show them, show them. That would be a good way of getting revenge. You might have lost the title, so you might as well show the pictures. Imagine how disappointed you'd be if you tuned in and, like... Right now, you'd be like, where's the pictures? There we go. We're backstage with Miss Elizabeth and Macho Man. Do I care? I don't even care. Look at that belt. God. That was just a piece. I want the rest of him. Do you think AI will be able to make stuff this engaging in the future? Because I would watch it. That's good. It's really good. Macho's still selling that leg and the figure four, said Flame Fist. Still selling the knee, said Ronnie. So good. That promo is really... Yeah, this was the WrestleMania 8 press conferences. We were trying to figure out who was going to be fighting for the title, and Hogan was the one that got the call. This is our main event tonight. This is what we're heading towards. I'm not perfect. No one's perfect. That's a great line, says Ronnie. Have you seen the pictures of the WrestleMania 5 ring apron when they just peeled off one from six? No. So it's WrestleMania 4 and they had just took the one away to make it 5. No, I've not seen that. That's interesting, Shining Wizards. If anyone's got a picture of that, feel free to tag me in it. That's interesting. I could totally believe them doing that, though. Totally believe them doing that. So we're just looking back. This was Saturday night's main event as Hogan was teaming with Sid. Can they coexist? Can they coexist in 1992? Sid walks away. Sid walks away. So we're just looking at how we're going to get to our main event, which is a little bit strange because it's not the main event next. The barbershop. Is this where it explodes in his face, the shaving foam? Smashes the barbershop window. Is walloping the chair around. There's the barber running away. Oh, you don't see? You see how it's in his face, the white stuff? There is footage of him hitting a can with the chair and the shaving foam just kind of explode. Look at him, he's covered in it. The barber runs away. That's interesting that they edit it out and you don't get to see it. It was shown on the actual show, it kind of going off on it in his face. Will do, said Shiny Wizard. Thank you. It's interesting. So here he is just marking a load of people. As Sid and Hogan obviously on a collision course now. There's a match against Virgil on Superstars. Stretcher at ringside. Bang! Onto the stretcher. Okay, so a video package showing us how we get to our main event. We do have a few more matches to go before we get to that, though. And here we are, we're back inside the Hoosier Dome. This is Tatonga. I don't remember this. I don't remember this at all. Is this the model? I love this music as well. Rick the Model Martel. Do you know what I mean? You've been at the club. Get back. Late at night. Pop this on the stereo. Do you fancy a drink? Little bit of smooth jazz. As Rick the Model Martel makes his way down to the ring. This is great. This music really fits him as well, doesn't it? Weird that they had the Indians in the ring and then bring out Rick the Model Martel. Here's Tatanka. Dun, 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 dun. Surely it would have made more sense to have brought Tatanka out first. He was on an undefeated run, wasn't he, Tatanka? They were really, really into him. Bobby's back in commentary. And he's not a happy man. All right, the Indians are leaving. It does add to his presence, actually. Shot coming in there by Rick the Model Martel, and we are underway. Sounds a bit like Val Venus music, says Kit. Yeah, I can see shades of that. Absolutely. Absolutely. Slam down there by Rick. Rick goes down to the outsides. Okay, let's get the score, shall we? Oh, it's good. It's really good. You lot really enjoyed that match. It came out as great 91. Great 91. No one said that that match was bad that we just watched. And why would they? You're not going to get me upset. Bobby's losing it. Put him up. Put him up. Okay, Rick the Model Martel getting smashed into the corner. Put him up. He just says to Gorilla. Shoulder first into the ring. Post goes Rick. Tatanka then in control. There's just 3 matches left after this, you know. Chop coming down there by Tatanka. I must admit, this is one of those matches where you could say, like, oh, what happened at WrestleMania 8? And I can remember, like, you know, the key stuff, but can't remember things like Tatanka against Rick Martel. This is a little bit of a come-down match, I suppose, following that, you know, fantastic championship match. It's just a way of showing another emerging young talent. I suppose this is very, very similar to Shawn versus Tito. Shawn, someone they really believed in, an emerging single star against an experienced name. And that's exactly what we got here. Tatanka, an emerging young talent. They're very high on, taking on the experience of Rick Martel. Shots coming in there by Rick. And they would actually put them against each other, wouldn't they? I mean, next year, the following year, would be Tatanka versus Shawn in the opening match of WrestleMania 9. Kicks coming in there by Rick Martel. And again, as of today, Nikki Bella's potential return for WrestleMania 42 has been described as too close to call, says Liam. Thank you, Liam. Metal Mama said, I never got a chance to watch these. I never had a guy around growing up. So I enjoy watching these matches, says Metal Mama. It's good. It's a very weird, very different time because... Oh, over against the ropes. Shaking the ropes. Ah, we just saw that from Kit Wilson the other day where he goes crashing down onto that top turnbuckle. Chop coming in by Tatanka. And again... Rip Martel in the corner. Big back body drop. Chop. Martel goes down. Another chop. Down he goes against the ropes. Tomahawk chop. Oh, kick coming in. He gets scooped up, slammed down. Yeah, it's a different era. That's what we were just saying. It's a different era, and I think there's going to be pros and cons. I think if you love the characters and you enjoy the story and you feel a connection to like Macho, Miss Elizabeth, Legion of Doom, Undertaker, and you enjoy just watching their careers kind of unfold, there's a lot to love about this time period. But compared to the modern wrestling, you're going to struggle to find matches. There's not going to be loads of matches that are going to be able to stack up with what we've got today. But then this is like 30 odd years ago. Tatanka gets it, by the way. Very short contest. No rating on Cage Match for this because it clocks in as 4 minutes 31. I love seeing those backstage segments, the storytelling back in the day. That came from Wrestling Observer, said Liam. Thank you, Liam. Jesse said, I've enjoyed Bret Hart, Roddy Piper the most so far. And Simply Simon said, I was 15 when I was watching this on Sky pay-per-view. Great characters, great memories. Simply Simon, shout out to you. Sonny, hello. Okay, we're backstage for IRS. This is one of our disaster matches, to be honest. I'm going to tell you in advance because I think it's worth you watching this match being aware that Dave Meltzer scored this next match -2 stars. It's worth knowing that because some of you might not have ever seen a -star match before. So what you're about to witness, Dave Meltzer says, was worthy of -2 stars. So you can watch this match and ask yourself, is that right? Is that fair? Was it that bad? I'm not saying he was wrong. I'm not saying that at all. I'm really not saying that. But at least, like, if you've never seen this match, you now have got a bit of extra context that it's meant to be one of the worst WrestleMania matches ever. It's not very often we get -stars, and that's what this next one is. Earthquake, typhoon, natural disasters taking on Money Incorporated. Lots of shouting. Alfie said it's sad to see how many of these 80s and 90s wrestlers passed away so early in their lives. Obviously had a lot to do with steroids and the way that they lived. It was a lot different. Yeah, Alfie, shout out to you, but it's true, a lot of these people no longer with us. A lot of these are in this match, though. I think it's only Earthquake that we don't have in this match. There we go. There's the $10 man in the crowds. Tag titles then about to be defended. This is pretty much our co-main event because the match, there is one more match after this and there's absolutely nothing to it. To be honest with you, WrestleMania 8 is pretty much done. It's pretty much done. Really, you could end WrestleMania 8 with that Macho Man Ric Flair match. His natural disasters were cool, though, weren't they? Reset Days, what match are we looking forward to next week? Gutted that the Wyatts aren't on the card, but happy to get that MFT feud done. It's Oberbrock, innit? I think it's Oberbrock for me. It's Oberbrock for a lot of people. It feels significant. It feels like the arrival of a new megastar. Could be a very, very important moment in the history of WWE. I mean, there's no reason to believe that Ober's not going to go on to main event WrestleMania quite a few times, win many, many world championships. The guy's 28. History would say to us he's got such a bright future. And so this being his first PLE match, big PLE match. I mean, he featured on a Saturday night's main event, and he featured in the Rumble. But this is him having a singles match at WrestleMania against Brock Lesnar. It's going to be big. Not only is it like really fun and we're looking forward to it, but it could be, as we said, quite historic. So really looking forward to that. Really looking forward to Gunther Seth. I think that'll be a banger. Really looking forward to... I'm kind of looking forward to AJ's entrance. Becky matches you can never sleep on. And I like AJ Lee. Obviously, we've seen the match already, but it'll be good to see it on a WrestleMania stage. Stephanie against Liv. There is, I don't know if you saw, but there is a little mini trend over the weekend. Liv versus Vaquer main event. Hashtag Liv versus Vaquer main event. People are asking for that to now close night one instead of Randy Cody. They want Liv Stephanie to close night one. They ain't going to switch it. I think the noise that Randy Cody has generated, they ain't going to switch it. But yeah, that was showing up in my trends over the weekend. Ted DiBiase just locking up with Earthquake. Ted DiBiase going down. He's over against the ropes. We've clocked in at just over 2 hours for this Mania now. It's gone quick, actually. I don't feel like I've been watching this 2 hours. It's gone quick. I miss Naomi so much, said Metal Mama. We need her. Yeah, that's a shame, isn't it? She would have featured quite prominently at this show. She's on a great run as well. I mean, it's Sod's Law, isn't it? That heel turn and the proceed with caution and all of that was working so well for her. Double noggin nogger. Earthquake was one of my favourite big men, said Jason. Well, Jason, all I can say is you've got good taste. He was one of the best. He was absolutely one of the best. Okay, we got Earthquake in the ring. We got Ted DiBiase on the outsides. I tell you what, not some quick movement there by the big man, by Earthquake. Kind of crashing down on the arm. Throwing like a bit of an uppercut in as well. Shots coming in there by IRS. We got Earthquake over by the ropes. IRS hip toss by Typhoon. IRS in the wrong part of town. That, of course, many of you will know as Bray Wyatt's dad, IRS. Stomp there by Typhoon. On the tie, grabbing IRS. Shot coming in there by Typhoon. IRS feeling it, going face first into the corner. Bang, bang, bang. IRS down on his knees in the wrong part of town. Typhoon charging over. IRS moves out the way. Typhoon goes into the corner. Tag being made. Macho Man in big... Macho Man, $1 Million Man in chops by the $1 Million Man. In the corner goes Ted DiBiase. He goes down. Typhoon coming over. Bang. Almost half a ton. Against the ropes goes Ted DiBiase. You can see the crowd are a bit flat here. I think they are probably still a bit burnt out from, you know, the Macho Man stuff. Typhoon. Oh, tries. Kind of throws himself over the top rope there. There was a bit of that on this show, actually, wasn't there? Where people are meant to kind of go over the rope to the outside and they get a bit caught on it. Saw that a few times out of Bret earlier. Kick coming in. Typhoon going into the ropes and spilling to the outsides. Tag being made. IRS coming back in. I think Meltzer was wrong about this one, said Ronnie. Well, I don't know. It's interesting. You can obviously make your own minds up as to what you think about the match. We'll do the scores after and see what people think. Shot coming in there by IRS. Typhoon, face first in the corner. Shots to the midsection. Going over, another quick tag. So Money Incorporated are in control now. Typhoon going over the other side. It's always interesting when like Earthquake or Typhoon hit the ropes because, you know, I mean, they really go into it and they're so heavy, like the ropes go back a fair distance. It's an event, them just hitting the ropes, to be honest. Typhoon trying to find a way of getting back up to his feet. Tag being made, Earthquake comes in. Oh, come on, ref. Tag was made. Typhoon down. 1, 2. $1 Million Man then grabbing Typhoon. Typhoon going over against the ropes. Again, see how much he leans into those ropes. Double clothesline. Both go down. $1 Million Man down. Typhoon down. RS on the outside. It doesn't deserve -2 stars. I've seen a lot worse, said Pro. IRS coming in. Tag being made. Well, it feels like the community are not too down on this. Kick coming in there by Earthquake. Driving the shoulder. Earthquake does inject a bit of pace. IRS over the other side. Clothesline by the Earthquake. Another clothesline. Typhoon comes in. All 4 men are in. Shot to the midsection. Bang. Collide into each other. $1 Million Man, IRS both go down. Earthquake with a big clothesline. $1 Million Man over the top to the outside. David said Mike Rotunda used to come out to Real American before Hulk Hogan used it. Ronnie said Jimmy Hart's jacket is fire. Big splash. Ah, here we go. The tremors. Bang, bang, bang. I used to love that. Goes against the ropes. Jimmy Hart grabs IRS. Pulls IRS out the ring. $1 Million Man's like that. Forget this. We're off. We're off. Forget this. We don't need this. IRS $1 Million Man. Bella sounded. I think it's probably a bit of a downer as well about they just take the belts and leave. Count out. Natural disasters win by count out, but of course the belts can't change hands. Yeah, you can see why it's a very unsatisfying result. Give me a break, says Gorilla Monsoon. Give me a break. Okay, we're backstage with Brutus. Brutus the Barber Beefcake. You are one of the very best friends of Hulk Hogan. You're his bestest friend, you are. So Brutus Beefcake just saying he's here to support Hogan. I'm the #1 Hulkamaniac. Let's get back to ringside. Okay, we've got this match, which doesn't mean anything. We won't be scoring it because it just honestly does not stick around very long. Skinner's already in the ring. Here's Owen Hart. Skinner spits in the face of Owen Hart, ripping the jacket off. Skinner's got Owen Hart up, shoulder breaker. No entrance for Skinner. Look at what Owen's wearing. Look at what they've got him in. It's a proper clown show, isn't it? Knee to the midsection there by Skinner. Oh. 1, 2. Kick out by Owen. Headbutt coming in there by Skinner. Some quick headbutts. Owen against the ropes. Skins the cat. Whoa. Skinner didn't notice. Against the ropes, rolls him up. 1, 2, 3. Done, done, and done. Quick little squash win there for Owen over Skinner. That could have gone down on Wrestling Challenge or something. Drop kick as well as very, very forgettable, that, innit? One more match to go then. Main event of the evening. Okay, that's Natural Disasters IRS match. You lot said was good 83. Good 83. Okay, we're just going back to Sid's dressing room. We won't bother scoring Owen Hart's match because, I mean, there's nothing really to score. Hogan Sid main event final match. Here's Sid's backstage with Harvey Wippleman. It's going to be your last match. I'm the master. You are but the learner. There was that whole thing about, is this your last match? Is this the final? Pretty big deal, isn't it? If it was going to be his last match. Of course, he would pop up again and be at WrestleMania 9. He wasn't at SummerSlam, though, this year. He wasn't at Survivor Series. He wasn't at the Rumble, but he would pop up for 9. Hogan says he doesn't know. There we go, Vince Hogan. We're back to Shouty McGrew. Shut up! Oh, he thinks he's Danhausen. I curse you and every Hulkamaniac. I rule the world. Let's get back to ringside. There's Gorilla, there's Bobby. One more match to go. Event. Okay, Harvey Wimpleman's already in the ring. Big Mig said Sid Justice was so underrated. Boom, boom, boom. Big, isn't he? He's a big man. Sid making his way down, Harvey Wimpleman. You will meet your maker. Straight jacket material, says Gorilla. His knots all there. This is the kind of time Undertaker should have been coming out. Sign in the crowd says Sid rules the world. I think there was a healthy amount of support for Sid. Sid never needed him. Okay, Sid in the ring then. Here comes Hogan. Still a good reaction for Hogan. Still plenty of foam fingers and Hogan signs. You can see it's a lot smaller, though. Look at those arms. I don't think they're 24-inch pythons. Hogan making his way down. I couldn't take Sid serious, said William, after the promo with Kevin Nash. Half a brain. Hogan making his way down. This is our final match, our main event of WrestleMania 8. It's an interesting challenge for Hogan. It's a big, athletic, powerful opponent. It is a different challenge, actually. I mean, he'd been fighting the likes of Andre, King Kong Bundy. Can't really compare Roddy Piper. I suppose you could compare the Warrior at WrestleMania 6. Hogan lost that match, of course. Well, we're underway. The music's still playing, and Hogan throwing in some big shots. Sid on the edge of the ring, clothesline. Sid goes down the shot. Being ripped. The energy's still there. Hulkamania at this point might have been running on fumes. Might not have been as rapturous as it was, say, 5 years earlier, but it's still alive and kicking. Sid on the outside then. The bell has sounded. We are underway with our main event. Yeah, Hogan chants. Loud Hogan chants. Bishop said, I'd love to see some home video footage from someone that went to this event to see what the environment was like. I don't even know. I mean, there may be a video camera in the crowd. Obviously, that footage is going to be rarer because there is no smartphones. Okay, both guys are in the ring. Approaching each other. Sid taller. Sid taller than Hogan. Looks bigger than Hogan as well. Kick coming in there by Sid. Hogan over against the ropes. Hogan just does. He looks. He just seems to have lost a bit of magic, Hogan, here. He's looking a little bit like old man Hogan by this point. Hogan over against the ropes. Sid coming in, big boot. Hogan goes down to his knees. He's begging, says Bobby. Look at him, he's begging. There's lots of noise coming from the fans. They're definitely engaged in this as Hogan goes against the ropes, jumps over Sid. Shot coming in. Sid goes through the ropes to the outside. Hogan goes back. Working the crowds. Sid just regrouping in the entranceway. He's just taking a breather, says Bobby. Sid on the outside. We're regrouping. Sid's on the outside then, walking round. TJF said, I've tagged you in Flair's unseen pictures. Oh. Well, we'll have a look at those. Hogan chants are breaking out. If you drop Cody into this era, is he a top star? Or Cena, would they thrive or survive? Maybe Punk or Roman? Yeah, I mean, like, this is still an era of bigger guys, isn't it? So we haven't quite got to that new generation. So I think that they would translate quite well, because I think all of them have got really strong presentation. I think the American Nightmare aspect of Cody would translate really well. I mean, it works well, obviously, for Hacksaw, and it works well for Hogan. So, he's a good-looking guy. He is on the smaller sides. So, I'd feel more confident for, say, a Roman. I think Roman's the one that would probably translate the best. I think Oba would translate very well here. But I think because all of them have got, you know, strong elements to their presentation, they would translate well. I was just thinking about Punk. I mean, Punk's kind of built on just being the best in the world. Is that strong enough presentation? Hogan goes down to his knees. I can see Punk doing well in the mid-card and growing from there, to be honest. I suppose just like he did to make it now. Hogan down, so a test of strength. Alfie said wrestling will never be the same. It was just different back in these days. With all the characters and the promos and the gear being larger than life, the wrestling didn't have to be the best. It was the storylines that mattered more. I agree with that. I agree with that. Anyone from any era just didn't stand a chance with Hogan around. Look what happened with Bret at WrestleMania 9, said David. Punk wouldn't last 3 seconds with Sid Justice, said Spawny Boy. I got a match. How about Oba, Sid? Yeah, that'd be good. I'd definitely be down for a bit of Oba versus Sid action. Hogan down on his knees. He's looking out at the crowd. He's not even really selling that he's in any pain at this point. He's trying to power his way back up. Jacob would be great in this era, says Jason. Here we go. Look, Hogan getting back up to his feet. Test of strength is still in. He's trying to reverse it now. Goes back to the corner. Sid still in control. Drives a knee to the midsection. And again. Sid backing away. Looking out at the crowds. He's got Hogan. Throw it. No, reversed. Sid in the corner. Hogan. Bang. Collides into him. Harvey Wimpleman trying to get involved. Hogan distracted. Choke slam. Bang. Driven down there by Sid. Driven down by Sid. Mid-match, we're doing a promo. Sid just wasting time. Speaking to the camera. I mean, to be honest, he ain't playing with a full deck of cards, is he? So he's obviously very confident. He's got this one in the bag. Hogan over against the ropes. Sid coming over. Big shot to the back. Nice. Like a kidney shot, that, in the lower back.
Bobby the Brain said, this guy has got it all. He's got everything in one package. He's really trying hard to get Sid over. Shot to the back by Harvey Wimpleman's bag. Again, targeting that lower back. Bang. Hogan goes down. Bobby said Psycho Sid. Didn't know he was called that until later years in WWF, says Davids. I'd like to find out Hogan's thoughts about Taker when he came in. Because Undertaker took over the locker room, says William. Big Time said, if ESPN is breathing down TKO, is it a case we've got another Fox situation where we've tricked them into overpaying and under-delivering? It happened with Fox. Maybe Netflix too. Don't know. I mean, I think the chatter has been... I haven't heard anything about how Netflix are feeling, but I think the chatter has been that ESPN are not blown away by the results. So you can sort of understand WWE wanting to try and, strengthen that relationship. This is, if rumours are to be believed, why we've turned to the Pat direction. Okay, right now we got Sid in control. We got Hogan down. There is a lot of, this kind of putting a hold on, wearing down. It's, do you know what I mean? Quite slow pace. Get it up, Hulk. Why is Hogan so small, said Ronnie. Yeah, we were talking about that, the steroids. So we're going through a period where the steroid trial is really kicking in, and I don't think Hogan's on the steroids at this point. Arm drops. The old arm drops. The nerve hold is in by Sid's. One more drop and it's done. Hogan's arm stays up. He did not give up. Here we go. He's fighting back. He's getting to one knee. Hogan throwing in elbows to the midsection. Big clubbing blow to the back there by Sid. Backbreaker. No. Side slam. And just as Hogan was fighting back, Sid stomps it out. He's calling for the end now, Sid. I mean, to be honest, he hasn't really been chucking Hogan around the way that he would, enhancement talent jobbers. He's just been putting on a lot of moves like headlock, bear hug, big nerve holds, kind of wearing him down. I think I'd like to have seen him chuck Hogan around, see Hogan get treated in a way you're just not used to seeing. Power bomb. 1, 2, kick out by Hogan. Hulkster hulking up. Kick coming in there by Sid. And again. Fans are still buying it, man. The Hulkster. Blocks the shot, comes back. Fans are eating it up. They're eating it up. He grabs Sid, drives him over into that top turnbuckle. Hulkster hulking up. Sid's big boots. The big man stays up. Oh, shall I pick him up? We all remember Andre. Scoops him up, slams him down. Hogan looking to drop the leg. Boom, connects. 1, 2, kick out by Sid. Now, am I right in saying, I think Shining Wizard will probably know, that he was not meant to kick out of the leg drop? Kicking out of the leg drop, you just don't do. I think that is where Papa Shango was meant to come down. Now Papa Shango comes down. But I don't believe he was meant to actually kick out of the leg drop there, Sids. I think Papa Shango was meant to interrupt at that point, but he was late coming down. The bellas sounded. Double axe handle by Papa Shango. Papa Shango in the ring then. So Hogan wins by a disqualification. Shot coming in there. Kick coming in by Papa Shango. Hogan caught up in the ropes. Warriors music hits. It's the Ultimate Warrior. Dun, dun. I love this moment here, this moment. I love how the Warrior gets in the ring, faces the complete wrong direction, and sort of, you know, like in Sonic the Hedgehog when you press the button and he like gets ready to go. That's what Warrior does, man. He gets in the ring, doesn't go straight after them, turns around, faces the other direction and sort of does the Sonic thing and then hits the ropes, comes off. It's so good. So Hogan wins by DQ. Papa Shango comes down. Warrior makes the save. Angel Imperia said, what can we say about Undertaker? Guy earlier versus Jake. Seems like one of the next big stars in the next 20 years. Yeah, I thought his showing here was a little disappointing, to be honest. But I'm sure he'll still want to achieve great things. Let's get your thoughts in for the main event match. What did people think about that main event? I did like it when Bobby always used to do that. I can't hear you anymore. This place has gone crazy. I can't hear myself think. So there was a sign in the crowd that says, bring back the Warrior. Hogan grabs that and holds it up. And the Warrior is back. And here's Hogan and Warrior celebrating at the end of... I don't begrudge them this moment. Hogan's like, here. Look at these. Two of the biggest stars. Neither of them with us anymore. Dejas from this WrestleMania, a guy called Steve Austin will show up and change history and it'll be epic, says Ronnie. I wish RBD's career would have peaked later on than it did. I think he would have been one of the biggest stars ever, says Alfie. There's lots of smiles on faces. David said, thank you, Days. God bless and thank you, chat. See you all tomorrow for Raw. David, shout out to you, my friends. Whoa, I tell you what, they go mental with this pyro, don't they? Jesus. Look at that. Bring this pyro back, you cowards. It's a happening. It's a happening. It's all a happening. And there we go. the show comes to an end. That was WrestleMania 8. I believe it clocks in at like 2 hours 40. 2 hours 40 for WrestleMania 8. It's a mixed bag, as we said before. I think there's... you definitely feel like you've seen a show, though. I mean, if you finish watching that, you do kind of go, wow, new WWE champion. Obviously, you got to see a lot of the stars in action. The Warriors back. Was that Hogan's last match? New Intercontinental champion. There was blood in there as well. And then, of course, there were some disappointing things. So what we can do is go down, get your thoughts in. We'll end this poll in a couple of minutes. But, yeah, I can tell you, Shawn Michaels against El Matador, Dave Meltzer said was 2 stars. Undertaker Jake Roberts was 3/4 of a star. Bret Hart Roddy Piper was 3.5 stars. The 8-man tag was 1/4 star. Randy Savage Ric Flair 4.25 stars. Didn't score Tatanka against Rick Martel or Owen Hart Skinner. And then the last 2 matches, proper matches, Natural Disasters against Money Incorporated was minus 2 stars. And that last match that we just saw was also minus 2 stars. So, yeah, main event, underwhelming. So, yeah, overall, I can tell you that... Let's end this poll and let's do a show score, shall we? Show score. What did you think about the show overall? We'll do a show score and we will wrap this up. The last match was terrible. Don't get me wrong. I loved it as an 11-year-old, but it is terrible to me now. It's just very slow and they just put holds on and it's like Hogan trying to overcome. And I don't think Hogan's work in that match is very good. There's times where Hogan actually puts in like really good work, but I think there's some no selling in it. If you think of some of the alternatives as well, you know, we could have given Sid a win in that. Like, Sid could have got a win, and even if it was by distraction, because Papa Shango came down and distracted, and Sid kind of hits, like, a really impressive finishing thing. I also think Sid could have chucked Hogan around a bit, you know, and shown, like, more dominance and, like, pose. It was all very slow and pedestrian, and putting holds on and just waiting for Hulk to sort of, you know, come back. Lack of selling in there as well. I mean, yeah, in a way, it just felt a bit like a rehearsal for a match, rather like there was a lack of performance. I thought Sid gave not a bad account of himself. He was like, you know, doing some, giving some emotion, some facial expressions and whatnot. But I think like the level of performance and I think even the structure of the match could have been a hell of a lot better. I think a DQ win for Hogan is very unsatisfying. Much better if you just do something clean. I feel like they've given Hogan the win maybe to send people home happy, but I think the people would have gone home happy anyway if Warrior had just returned. So maybe have like Sid win thanks to a slight distraction, good finishing sequence, then bring down the Warrior to make the save. That would have meant that Sid would have had some momentum coming out of this. Warrior would be back. Maybe Sid sets up Sid Warrior. Doesn't this set up Papa Shango Warrior? And we then move into that program with the black goop and all that stuff. Obviously, by the time we get to SummerSlam at Wembley, we're doing Warrior Macho for the title. So, you know, Warrior's back now, goes into a program with Papa Shango, and ultimately fights for the belt at Wembley, and would be gone by Survivor Series. He would be out. He would be gone. So this is a return for Warrior. He's back for a bit, but not that long. He doesn't even make it to the end of the year. So and Hogan, we don't see. I mean, he's obviously got a lot going on. I think I don't know. Is this Thunder in Paradise time for him? Where he's doing that. He does come back for WrestleMania 9 and the build-up for that. But then, I mean, he's gone shortly after 9, does King of the Ring. And then pops up in WCW in 94. And, of course, we don't get him back in WWE until 2002. So, yeah, I mean, there's not loads more from Hogan after this. There's a little bit in 93. And then it's really off to WCW. Papa Shango doesn't really work out. Ultimately would become the Godfather. Sid doesn't really stick around. Doesn't work out. I mean, he does not pop up at SummerSlam. I mean, he's gone before then. So, yeah, he would go back to WCW. So, yeah, it's a bit of a weird time, this. Shining Wizard said, yeah, Papa Shango was supposed to come out earlier. Sid didn't know what to do when he was late. The ref was just doing audible all over it. Vince would have been livid in Gorilla. That'd be some good footage, wouldn't it? That would be some good footage. Ronnie said, Days Sid had put Hogan through the announce table. That match would be 4-2-5. Flamefist said 5.5. Best match on the card, Flair Macho. Hulk Sid was a shiz show. Most matches ending in screwy finishes. That Mama said, I thought it was a fun watch. I've only seen half, but it was entertaining. But that's good. That's really good. The one says, one last Raw tomorrow, yeah. Go home, Raw, before we get to WrestleMania. So, yeah, that is coming up. Sean Mooney lives here in Arizona. He works as a news anchor for the local state. He's great. Love Sean Mooney. He's great. Right, let's end the poll. I think people have had enough time to vote away on that. Fun watch. Okay, you lot said it was great 63. Great 63. I can tell you, score-wise, for cage match, 6.7 out of 10. 6.7 is what this has got. If you think that actually WrestleMania 41 has got like 5.6, 5.7, this got 6.7. So according to cage match, this was better than WrestleMania 41. Don't know. Problem with WrestleMania 41 is it's got some fantastic matches. You could argue better matches than what we've seen here, like that women's triple threat. But it's also got some awful stuff as well. And it's spread out across 2 days. So, I don't know. It's hard to compare, isn't it, really? But 6.7 for this. Not bad. Not bad. People seemingly enjoying it all the same, so... I'm surprised, never thought I'd like the older wrestling stuff. I was brought in by the reality TV, but I love learning about it. Open-minded and receptive to kind of going back and kind of learning about the older stuff. I think that's great because I do think that I could understand this being hard for some to appreciate because it is such a different time. It's still fun. And it's still, you know, larger than life. And there's still some of the most iconic characters from wrestling history around during this period, of course. But it is a challenge when the in-ring was just not the priority. It was not the focus. That I could understand some people going back and struggling with some of this. But it was just a magical time. It was something very special. That was in the air, characters that we deeply cared about, like Miss Elizabeth and Macho Man, and I thought that match actually was better than I remember. I've seen it a few times, Macho Man, Ric Flair, but I really enjoyed watching it on this showing. Really, really good. The drama of her on the outside, people telling her no, go, you know, Macho in the ring, screaming in pain because he's in that figure 4 championship on the line. They're threatening to show off those pictures. Oh, it's so good. Really good. Things are similar. Almost 40, I think, contributions. I watched Hulk most of my life on MTV, said Metal Mama. Triple A said, Days, I went to Mania last year and it was really fun. I saw the GOAT win number 17, but because of the Travis Scott and the main event, why are people not putting last year's Mania higher? Well, we actually broke it down earlier, kind of went through match by match and had a look as to where people were struggling. I think there's a lot of that Mania that does not connect and does not land. You can sort of look at, night one, start off with Jay getting Gunther to tap, which didn't really work for me. I didn't mind Jay winning, but I thought the way they went about it was not great. And then you follow it up with New Day, War Raiders, match I don't think too many people really cared or felt a connection with. Tiffany Charlotte didn't really, their in-ring chemistry was always going to be a concern because of the builds. Some people wondered if it would just descend into chaos. It didn't, but I can't say they managed to find a great match in there either. Really, it's that main event on night one that does a lot of heavy lifting. Other than that, there's not loads. And then night two starts off really well, and that is reflected on the scores, but seems to drop off a cliff. And then, as you said, it's got that bad main event. So I think night one got 5.6 and night two 5.7. It's debatable as to whether it's fair or not fair, but I think the other thing that hurts it is the fact that it's coming off the back of 40, which was so well received. 39 was well received. 38 was well received. 41, it definitely feels like a step down. So it's got a few issues that it's kind of battling with, but whatever. It's in the books. We turn our attention to 42, and we don't have to wait very long. Right, we're done. Appreciate everyone joining us. Hope you enjoyed this watch along. Shame we couldn't have done more. I'd love to have dug into some more WrestleManias, but to be honest, I only really do them when WWE are showing them on the Vault, because it's just a lot easier, to be honest. So I hope you enjoyed it. Big thank you to everyone that's joined us. Appreciate the support as always, and we'll be back in a bit. Not long. We'll be back with our Go Home Raw, and obviously there's going to be plenty of stuff going on this week, so make sure you get your rest. You're going to need it. It's a big week. It's all heading to WrestleMania 42. So thanks for watching. Have a good evening.